items are still in the party loot, so you guys should grab whatever you grabbed. The smoking sword, the wand of heal, all that.
I think we decided smoking sword goes to Traxton.
Yeah.
And magic wand healing goes to Father Hall.
Well, I think actually, because Traxton, you took the druid dedication, right?
Right.
So I think you can actually use the wand of heal now because it's a primal spell.
Yep, it just has to be on your spell list.
Which would be better. That way we have two options, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, at the same time, all I can do is 2 cantrips right now, but, like, I don't know how that affects anything, but...
Basically, because your cantrips are primal, you're trained in primal spellcasting, and because heal is a primal spell, you can cast it from the wand.
Gotcha. Okay, it's the train, the primal thing.
Exactly, yep. And, like, I only have 2 occult cantrips, but I'm trained in occult magic now. So if we find a wand of soothe or something, I could use that.
Perfect. All right. So just so I can organize things, so Traxton is going to take the magic wand.
Yep.
Sure.
And the smoking sword.
And the smoking sword, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I already scapoed the hat of disguise.
Okay.
I wasn't sure if anybody really claimed the feather token.
Probably best for you, right?
From there.
I mean, I can climb. I've got climber's tools and everything.
But you're also the most likely to want to climb up a window or get stuck in a pit or
get into a place, yeah. Or out of a place.
Or you can just leave it in the bag and then pull it out if you need it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's true.
We'll do that.
That's true. Who does actually carry the bag of holding, by the way? Is that you, Snow Maple?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Perfect. That'll be good to know. You know, just in case. All right. So, session 1 of Kingmaker. You guys, valiant heroes that you are, after dealing with some trouble in Otari, and made your way a significant way north, answering a call for heroes that has been put out from the city of Rostov in the country of Bravoy. The call for heroes has been put out by a woman named Lady Jamandi Aldori, a member of the Aldori noble family. And the call of heroes promises great and perilous opportunity. Both of which things are kind of right up your alley. More or less. But the word has traveled far. And as you guys have arrived in Bravoy and kind of stayed in the tavern overnight, it's kind of the talk of the town. There are adventurers here from all over. Some very famous, some lesser known. But everybody's kind of talking about what this may entail. What exactly the promise of great and perilous opportunity means. But anybody who would like to, just so we can get things rolling, can give me a society roll.
I am a professor of society.
Woohoo!
I don't do society.
I don't have the action tab at the top of my screen anymore.
That's you have to have your token to. So if you just drop your token on the map, you should be able to access it that way.
Oh, gotcha. Awesome. Okay.
Where's my token? How do I do that?
Under the actors tab.
Oh, drag and drop. Okay.
Third tab, drag and drop. Yep.
Yep.
You said society, Chris?
Society. Unless you actually have political lore or brevoid lore. Ooh, look at Father Liam there with the 24.
Wow.
I don't. There I got it. I'm almost smart.
Almost.
Just missed it. All right.
Oh, me and the professor hanging out at 14.
And this was society, right?
Yes.
Wow.
I do appreciate the fact that the cleric and the barbarian are the ones who seem to know the most about society so far.
Know your enemy.
Makes sense.
So for Flower, and Father Hall, you guys know the name of the Adori Swordlords. They're like a very wealthy and influential family, but they are not a family by blood. They are a noble family dedicated to like their kind of fighter order, and when you join the order, you take the last name Eldori and become part of this noble family.
Okay. So they're like metal Aryans or something.
Correct. And they are fairly wealthy and influential.
They're not a family, they're a creed.
Exactly. And Lady Jamandi is recognized as one of the greatest warriors in all of Rostov, in all of the city. You also know that her dueling sword, every member of the Adori family has this specialized sword that is forged for them. And her sword trails magical fire when it strikes. Before becoming a noble, she was a mercenary. She was an adventurer. Father Hall with a critical success, though. You also know that she is at odds with the ruling house of the country. And even her wealth and influence in Rezdov might not be enough to give her long-term protection from the region of the throne. Basically, there's some turmoil in Brevoy between... it's not open rebellion, but there's some dissent.
Creative differences.
Between the ruling house, it's called the Dragon Scale Throne, and the common people. Lady Jamandi is siding with the common people against the regent. And her political power may not necessarily be enough to keep her free of ramifications for that.
And that's a Brevoy, is it called?
The country is Brevoy.
All right. Well, obviously, we'll share that information.
Okay.
Interesting.
But other
Sounds
than
like a political climate ripe for profit.
wherever there's politics, there's definitely profit to be had. For the she has called all of the adventurers who are taking part in this great plan to a grand feast being held at her manor house at 7 o'clock sharp, sort of thing. Just so you guys are aware, kind of time wise, you guys are. Find my calendar. Basically towards the end of the month of Chthona, which is essentially like, it's like New Year's Eve almost. It's like towards the end of December, going into January. Brevoy is a little chilly in the winter. It's not quite Canada, but it's not far off.
I saw the calendar bar when I first logged in. Is there a way to pull it up again?
I think there is. You should have, like, over on your left-hand side, there should be a little thing that looks like a bookmark. And if you click on that, there should be one that says just simple calendar.
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Kuthona.
Yeah.
Kuthona 31st.
Yep.
Okay.
So it is the last day of the year, and she's having this feast to both celebrate that and to celebrate this grand new venture.
Chris, I got a real quick game question.
Yep,
I'm showing encumbered. Am I encumbered?
you are, because you're carrying a bunch of shit.
How much shit do I got to get rid of to be not encumbered?
You are currently at carried bulk of 8, and your encumbered level is 8. I think it's because of the flail you picked up.
Oh, can I throw that in the bag?
Yep, you should be able to just open up the party loot, drag it over, and then delete it off your sheet.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, encumbrance is a thing.
No longer encumbered.
Perfect. So you guys are kind of waiting outside with the other adventurers as groups are being shown into this manor house. The manor house, it's impressive. It's like a cobblestone path, regal oak trees, very well manicured hedges, and the pathway leads up this hill for nearly a mile. Past a 2-story guard barracks, stables, the cottages that house the servants' families. And the manor itself is a 3-story structure constructed of like gray stone and like hedge-lined rose gardens, impossibly old oak trees. Like, it is wealth on display, but not in a pretentious way. As you wait outside, waiting for your turn to be admitted, there is the distant peal of thunder, and there's like a light snowfall falling. For those of you who are nature-oriented, so especially Traxton, you would know that there's a storm coming.
Oh, balls.
Smells like weather.
I don't like the cold.
And finally, as your turn comes up, you're led into the hall of the Grand Manor. The servant who lets you in does let you know that the dinner will be served shortly, and guest rooms have been provided for you. The weather is expected to take a turn for the worst, and Lady Eldori has basically set aside rooms for all of the different adventurers who are here.
We're very appreciative.
Yeah, I'd appreciate a chance to clean up, probably.
Yep. So they will take you down. They'll show you where your room is. It's like the far end of the east wing. It's one room for the group, but there are like bunk beds basically, so it's not cramped. With little bowls of water. In the wing, there are a couple of indoor privies with some hot water, probably done by magic, you would think. So you can get washed up and all of that stuff. Leave whatever stuff you would wish to leave in your room, that sort of thing. The guards do kind of look at Gratch, but Rexton is kind of on the borders, so they're used to rangers and druids who may have animal friends. So basically they treat him kind of like almost like a service animal.
We'll have to get him a vest.
Well, he's not that big yet, so he can stay out of the way.
Yeah. The fact that he does respond to your commands very well, they're more than willing to accommodate that.
Yeah, he doesn't stray very far from me anyway, so.
The hall itself. Oh, somebody had something?
I was just going to say that Liam will polish his armor and polish his shield, make himself look respectable. I mean, we're going in front of a lady here, so everyone's got to tie themselves up a little bit.
Flower polishes the I-beam, but that's it.
I mean, somebody won't pass up the opportunity to get a shower and get cleaned up.
Yeah, I'm gonna shower and trim up the walrus stash and all that jazz.
Yeah, same. But when it's dinner time, I won't bring the monkey with me.
Okay.
I mean,
I'm gonna leave my armor and sling. I'm gonna take my cane because I don't know it's a sword, and I'm gonna keep my book because it never leaves my side.
Okay.
Paul is he's now at night, so he's wearing his armor.
Perfect.
That's as formal as he can get, right?
Yeah. And they don't ask you to check your weapons or anything like that, but you do notice that there are several guards positioned around this main room. The hall has obviously been prepared for a feast. There are servants kind of moving back and forth, setting table places, making sure that wine glasses and ale tankards and water is all filled. The cutlery alone is the sort of thing that makes Snow Maple's eyes kind of like, dance in her head. There are guards positioned at each door, probably about a dozen guards overall.
I mean, if they welch on the pavement, sure, take their cutlery, but otherwise, it's fine.
There's a fire roaring in the fireplace to the north. Your eyes are kind of drawn to an iron lever that is secured by a lock next to the fireplace. There are two massive crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling about 20 feet overhead. The walls are decorated with like painted murals of like different woodland scenes. And then in the center, there's 9 long tables arranged, each with like plates, utensils, mugs, goblets. All of the food hasn't been brought out, but all of the decanters and all of the goblets and all the tankards and everything are already filled, and there's servants kind of at your beck and call to fill them as needed. And the smell of like roasted meat and like root vegetables and stuff kind of fills the room already.
Flower, are you sure you don't want me to braid your hair or comb it out? Or...
Why am I not presentable enough?
Well,
I think you look fine.
you can always get a little more presentable.
I believe they invited adventurers. They probably are expecting. And I just kind of like wave my hand towards Flower, just up and down.
I'm sure they know who their guests are.
I'm just saying, you never get a second chance to make a first impression.
And as you kind of like make your way to the table, like as the servants kind of escort you to your table, you do see some of the other tables. There's other adventurers here. One of them is definitely like far more organized than your motley band is. They're all wearing like the same tabards. They all have the same style of armor.
Tryhards.
Agree.
Judging from the look of their weapons and their armor and their various things, those guys are no joke.
They have like, can we tell who they are based on insignia?
Can give me society rules.
I feel like Flower doesn't care enough to know who they are.
Same here.
I mean, Snow Maple wants to know who they are, even if they are tryhards.
So Father Liam and Snow Maple, Those are an adventure group known as the Iron Wraiths.
Iron Race?
Iron Wraiths. Wraith.
Like the undead thing.
Like the undead thing. And they are basically, not all of them, but like 2 of them are wearing like full plate armor that appears to be made of something other than steel.
Cool.
Ugh.
Are they knights?
Sound try-hardy.
They are not knights. They are not a knightly order.
Okay. So they're just rich.
From what you would understand is they are highly seasoned adventurers / mercenaries.
Yeah, that's fair.
Basically, they are the sort of thing that you guys might aspire to be.
How many of them are there in the uniforms?
The Iron Wraiths, there's half a dozen of them.
Gotcha.
The other ones that draw your attention and kind of situated at the table that you guys are escorted to is a less organized group of people. They look more similar to you, kind of like a disparate group of people. And judging from the way the discussions are going as you approach the table, they don't know one another. They were just like seated together, kind of like the awkward table at the wedding.
Oh.
One of them is a female human, very tall, very muscular, wearing like animal skins and leathers, and she's got a great sword that's probably almost the same size as Flowers' girder, kind of strapped across her back.
Ooh.
There's also a dwarf, like a middle-aged dwarf, shaved head, gray beard, some sort of holy symbol on a chain around his neck. He seems to be fairly grouchy, just from the way, like the woman with the sword's like, when are they bringing the goddamn food? I'm starving. And the dwarf's kind of like, well, it'll be here when it gets here. Maybe. It doesn't matter. There is a pale-looking female elf who has a scythe kind of leaned up against the table beside her. She seems to just be like drinking her wine, not really engaging in conversation. There's a female halfling who is engaging in more than enough conversation. She seems very excited to be here and is currently in the process of pestering everybody else at the table, kind of like, where are you from? What do you do? How do you spell your name? Do you mind if I write that down? Just like a non-stop bombard of questions.
Sounds exhausting.
And the last 2, there's a male human. He has the same sort of sword that you associate with the Eldori Swordlords. A very fine-looking blade, much like the elf, keeping to himself. And a strikingly attractive blonde woman wearing like heavy armor, a bastard sword to her back, shield kind of on the leaned up against the table beside her, just kind of sipping her water and kind of taking everything in.
Can I tell the dwarf's holy symbol? Do I know what religion he's from?
Give me a religion check.
Also, super quick, that blonde woman with the heavy armor, human?
She is.
Religion. So it's not a common one then.
Nope.
No idea. Heretic.
No idea. Probably some sort of dwarf god.
If it is a dwarf god, would Flower recognize that one?
Flower might actually. You can give me a society roll.
All right. Probably not.
Perfect.
Definitely not.
Definitely not. You're like
I
that's not a
didn't-
dwarf god.
Not the one I
Probably
can
some
find
kind of
even I-
gnomish god.
What a disgrace.
And yes, and the last person to kind of join your table is like a little gnome, like goatee, dressed all in purple. Seems to be kind of like futzing at this robe, kind of like dusting it off, trying to, you have the feeling he's distinctly trying to put on make a good impression. Introductions are kind of made around the table. The kind of starting the gnome that just arrived introduces himself as Tartuccio, a powerful wizard. The young halfling woman is Lindsay. Lindsay is a singer-songwriter, writer, composer. Magar Varn, of the Varn family from Brevoy. Noble, here to see what his family can perhaps do for Lady Jamandi. The pale elf just introduces herself as Jathal. Doesn't say anything else. The dwarf introduces himself as Haram, servant of Grotus. Grotus. And now that you think about it, Father Hall, Grotus is he's like god of the end times.
Oh, this guy's pleasant.
Lovely.
So yes, basically, Grotus is the god that awaits at the end of all things. From your limited understanding, given your religion roll, Grotus he's not seeking to bring about the end of all things. He's the god that's there at the end.
So this guy's like morose as shit.
Yep.
We'll call him Eeyore. Not that it matters anyway.
Exactly. The woman with the wearing the furs and the leather introduces herself as Amiri, followed by like quickly grabbing her servant and motioning to her like empty tankard, and it's like the fourth tankard she's finished off just in like the 20 minutes you guys have been here.
Okay.
I like this one.
She's white girl drinking.
She is. She does not seem to be overly intoxicated yet, but she is slurring her words slightly.
Been there.
Yep. And then the blonde woman with the heavy armor introduces herself as Valerie. And she is a sword for hire.
All right. Snow Maple, much like Jathal there, introduces herself simply as Snow Maple.
I'll introduce myself to the table as Professor Joran Smallkeen, professor of language from the Kithverdonian University.
When you introduce yourself as being from a university, you see the little halfling's eyes kind of like light up. But then she kind of looks at you and you hear her swear. She's like, "Oh, smart but old."
Ooh.
I think the word you're looking for is wise.
No, the word I was looking for was old.
Flower would introduce himself as Flower Bloodstone of the Bloodstone clan from the High King Mountains.
When you mentioned the hiking mountains, Heron kind of looks, says, "You been home lately?"
Came from there not too long ago.
Well,
Probably within the last few months.
you make your way back there. Tell them that the world outside is just as shitty as the world inside.
I've noticed.
And as you guys are kind of making your introductions, there's like a clear bell sound that kind of rings out. Everybody kind of the talking kind of dulls down to a murmur. And this very striking half-elf woman enters the hall, followed by a very noble, bearing, middle-aged human man. The man is definitely wearing he's wearing feast wear. He is definitely tailored for an event. The woman looks like she's dressed for battle. She's got like a long leather coat, absolutely almost blindingly sparkling chainmail shirt under it. Flower, you instantly recognize that as Mithril. On her waist is an Eldori dueling sword. They're very bright silver pommel, and you can see this kind of reddish glow along the blade from these runes that are etched into it. And the two of them make their way to the head table. And the man speaks first. He says, "Greetings, heroes," and he kind of raises his glass and toasts everybody. Everybody kind of toasts back, except for the pale elf. "I am Yosef Selenius, Lord Mayor of Rostov, and this," he gestures to the woman, "is Lady Jamandi Eldori. We thank you for answering her call for heroes. You may be few, but we need only the best for this task." Then he kind of motions for Lady Eldori to take the center. She kind of looks around, kind of smiles, picks up her wine goblet. "South of here, beyond Brevoy's border, lies the Stolen Lands. Disputed territory, claimed time and time again by would-be settlers. But the area is a haven for bandits and monsters, and it has never been held for long. Rostov intends for this to change. If you have the courage to drive off the dangerous denizens, you can seize the territory for yourselves and name yourselves baronesses or barons. Rostov," and she looks at the mayor, "intends to recognize the legitimacy of the new rulers of this land, and none of the other neighboring realms care enough to challenge you. We are prepared to provide backing as a trade partner and a military ally. If you claim the land, you will have my and all of Rostov's support."
So Rostov is the mayor?
Rostov is the city.
Okay.
It's like the capital, one of the major cities in Brevoy.
Okay.
And then she raises her goblet and says, "But the details of your individual missions and individual charters into the Stonelands can wait. Food is ready. There's drink to be had, friendships to be made. So let us eat and enjoy the evening, and tomorrow promises to be a very busy day." And she kind of raises her glass and toasts. And everybody
Cheers.
toasts. And then the servants kind of move out of the doors, filling your mugs, bringing heaping platters of food. There's roasted meats and roasted vegetables and fresh fruits and stuff that is definitely not seasonally available around here in the winter. And roast boar and cheeses and desserts, and the food just keeps coming.
Very nice.
And you guys are given the opportunity to discuss with yourself or with any of the people at your table. Mechanically, This is going to be what's called an influence encounter. The various NPCs you can try to make an impression with, try to impress, so that if you encounter them later, they will. Oh yeah, I remember you. You're the person who did this thing. If that makes sense.
All right.
Okay.
So yes, so if there's any of the NPCs here at your table that you want to try to influence, you certainly can. Basically, the dinner takes place over essentially over 6 rounds.
Okay.
Every round representing 20 minutes of like talking and eating and small talk and stuff like that. And during each round, each character gets to do a thing.
Okay, yeah.
The 2 main things that you do during an influence encounter are you can try to like get to know somebody, so you can find out like what this person likes or what they don't like, or what skills they respond better to influence them. Or you can try to influence them, and that is basically, it provides a framework for the role play. So like if you're like, oh, that pale elf who seems all standoffish, I'm gonna engage her in conversation, see if I can find out where she's from. You might roll, diplomacy maybe. But if somebody like engages her in some small talk first, they might find out that maybe she doesn't want to talk about herself, and diplomacy is going to be hard, but she might be interested in animals, and so nature is the way to go when you talk to her. So different skills have different difficulty classes. And as you interact with the NPCs, you'll accumulate influence points with them, and that will determine how much they like you should you encounter them later. Does that make sense?
So it makes sense for us to try to build the biggest influence with 2 or 3 people as opposed to everybody, maybe.
Yeah, that's sort of up to you. You guys can certainly discuss amongst yourself, and like everybody's kind of mingling around. Not everybody's just sitting at the table. So you do have the opportunity to kind of discuss amongst yourself. You do know, though, that these people that are at your table are essentially unaffiliated adventurers. Like, you could try to talk to the Iron Wraiths, but they're a very close-knit, tight-knit group. They're not likely to take on any outsiders. But these folks
are the free agents.
These folks are the ones who did not come with a group.
So what do you think, guys? Who's
I think we should mingle among the free agents here.
I'm gonna chat with Tertuccio and get to know him.
That's the
Because
one
he
that's
introduced
the
himself.
purple caster guy.
Yeah, I think he introduced himself as a wizard. I want to ask if he's, self-taught, where he studied, blah blah blah.
Yeah.
Get to know him a bit, see what his
So, Professor
vibe
Uran's
is.
got the caster. Anybody
Yeah.
else have somebody they like the look of?
I think Flower would like look across at Amiri and like start small talk, mainly starting with the size of the weapon.
Got it. So, Flower's gonna try to chat up Amiri. Anybody else?
I'll go with the noble.
That's Major Varn.
Yeah, Mega or whatever it is.
Major Varn.
Mega.
I like Major better, but he's can do his own thing.
I don't know if this is going to be overt, but Moot Pint's kind of going to continue to act odd, and figure that might have an effect on that person that's taking all the notes and writing everything down. 'Cause I think that would be intriguing. It's like he's having a conversation with somebody who's not there.
All right.
So Moot Pint is going to try and act mysterious.
No, just odd. Just like some.
He's going to try to. I'm drawing the attention of, who was it, Lindsay?
Lindsay.
I didn't write the name down. Yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like a bard.
Yeah. Well, with Moot Pint, his family they're all odd, and one every generation, one at a time, has this kind of behavior.
So what I think we'll do, just so we can have some semblance of order to this, is we will add people into initiative, but you guys get to roll diplomacy for initiative.
How do we
Diplomacy?
roll a different skill for initiative?
So on your character sheet, on the left-hand side where it says initiative,
Oh.
there's a drop-down.
There we go.
Yeah, I rolled a 5, which is what I would expect from Moot Point, actually, for a diplomacy-based initiative.
Traxton got a 10 on dice.
Okay.
Wow, Yorin.
Yeah, I talk to people.
Hell yeah.
I'm a professional speaker.
That's good. Snowbeetle doesn't want to go first.
I'm still showing encumbered. What's going on?
The weight of your ego.
Weight of my faith.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It is a bullshit.
I've just slowed down by carrying the rest of you fools.
Fair.
Why'd you go talk to
That tracks.
Haram? I'm sure he's a cheery chap.
There we go. I'll delete the effect. I think it just didn't automatically delete the effect.
Ah, good.
Music sounds ominous, but it's not a combat-y thing, so... it's just so we can have a semblance of order, because there is only so much time for you to influence people. Alright, so Professor Yorin, you are talking to Tartusio.
Yeah, I'd like to ask him where he studied. What his discipline is. I'm not a wizard myself, but I'm fascinated by magic. And a good friend of mine was an abjurer. So I'll just sort of
Abjuration
talk
is
to him
not
about
real music, real magic. Illusion
Oh,
is where
no?
it's at. Illusion is where it's at.
One
make
of
people
these.
believe something is or nothing is something.
Exactly.
That's a powerful skill to have.
Well, thank you. I am quite skilled at it. My instructors in Pixat were quite impressed with my obvious knack for it. But you said you're not a wizard.
I'm not. No. I am a studier. I am a reader, but I do not incant.
I see. Well, still, intellect is better, and he just gestures vaguely towards like Flower and Amiri and Hall and Valerie and Traxton, and it's like somebody has to be the smart one. And would you like to discover, or would you like to influence?
I'd like to discover. I was asking some probing questions throughout our conversation. So
Perfect. You can give me a perception roll.
perception. Okay.
Okay. Yeah. You can't really tell. He's definitely a magician. So he would probably be interested in talking shop. I don't know how skilled you are at Arcana, but that's probably the best way to get him to open up.
Very good, very good. I am quite skilled with Arcana.
Perfect. Right. Snow Maple.
Hello. I figure Stone People's best bet probably is to give Jethal a try, just to maybe chat them up and see where they're from, that kind of thing.
Kind of elf to elf.
I mean, I don't want to make it about race, because that's not what Snow Maple's about. But, just seems like the way to go.
So as you approach, she kind of looks at you. She doesn't really say anything. But as you get closer to her, she is like, she's not just pale. You notice as she's not actually drinking her drink. She's just kind of going through the motions.
Uh-huh. Snow Maple does have a bit of a darker complexion, being from a more deserty region. So yeah, I guess just try and make some conversation.
As you do, she's like, perhaps one of the others would be more of a conversationalist. Perhaps the purple one. He seems to like to talk. Or the little one.
That is common among those types, I think. What brings you here?
A fresh start.
Oh, well, I've made a number of those.
A fledgling nation provides opportunities that a more established nation does not.
I thought so too.
Right.
I'd be interested to know what kind of opportunities you seek.
You can give me a your choice, perception or religion roll.
Oh, definitely perception.
I bet she is 110% a vampire.
I mean, that's the way it's looking, but I don't want to come out and call somebody a vampire. That's just weird. Like, hey, are you a vampire? No, that's not nice.
Like, no, I just don't sleep well.
22. Excellent. So as you're talking to her, you can sense this. Although she's kind of standoffish, the way she's looking at people interacting.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell she kind of wants to be a part of it, but also is very reserved. The 22, you can tell she probably doesn't have a lot of friends. And if you want her to open up, either feigning friendship with her or actually making an effort to become friends with her will probably do the trick. Mechanically, if you succeed on a diplomacy check against her, it drastically reduces her future diplomacy checks against her.
Okay.
So she's somewhat resistant to friendship, but if you can get in there, it'll be easier to talk to her.
So she's playing coy. Gotcha.
And that will take us to Traxton.
Right. Do we have anybody who's not sort of been singled out yet? I think we have a couple, don't we?
Valerie and Harum, I think,
Okay.
are the ones that nobody has claimed yet.
Right. I don't know if I can do this, but this is my thought. What I'd like to do is sort of have Gretch sort of mosey around the table, sort of, and I don't mind having this be like my first round, complete action sort of thing. But anyway, have him mosey around the table and sort of sniff at everybody, and I'm just sort of watching their reactions to see how they react to him. If they look and smile, or if they, shoo him away with their boot or whatever, right? Just to get an idea of who maybe I should approach.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, give me
Maybe like animal handling or something. That'd be cool.
yeah. Let's call that nature.
Okay. That's a 14 on my dice.
Okay. We're 19. All right. So as Grouch kind of sniffs around, I mean, he's still kind of a cub, so he picks some scraps up off the table. So as he's kind of making his way around, Amiri, she kind of looks at him. She's like, he's not big enough to eat yet. She doesn't say it in necessarily like in an angry way or anything. You would guess maybe playful, maybe.
Right.
But you also don't doubt that she would 100% eat him.
If given the chance, right.
Harum doesn't actually pay any attention at all to him. He's like drinking and kind of like keeping his head down, kind of like watching the people every once in a while. It's like just better things to do with your time than this.
Just part of the scenery.
Just part of the scenery. Every once in a while, it's like these people need to abandon hope. The end is inevitable.
Oh, jeez.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust.
Yeah.
Somebody pour that guy another beverage, would you?
When he gets to Jethal, he kind of sniffs, and then he gives her a very wide berth.
Gotcha.
Okay. So that's strike 2 under possible vampire.
Literally what I'm putting on my list, yeah. 2 strikes on that person.
Yeah.
Not vampires aren't necessarily bad people. I don't know what you're talking about.
When he gets to Lindsay, Lindsay strikes up like a full-on conversation with him.
Oh, okay.
Oogie boo.
Yeah. She's not talking to him like you would like talk to a pet or a baby or anything like that. She's talking to him just like he was like any other person, asking him like a billion questions.
Oh.
Okay.
He doesn't respond at all. He might like make like bear noises. And she nods like she understands. Like, oh,
right.
That's interesting. Oh, I've never been there. Oh, I should go there sometime. She is friendly to all.
Gotcha.
And Megar, he steps away from Gratch. More in the sort of way like somebody who's not comfortable around dogs will avoid a large dog.
Okay.
Just kind of like steps around it. Doesn't like run or in fear or anything, but steps around it.
Right, so not like disgust, but more just like what sort of like a what is this kind of thing.
Right.
This belongs in the outdoor woods.
Yeah.
Tartuccio is kind of like, get away from me, you filthy beast. I can't believe the
Gotcha.
Ooh, strike 1 on Tartuccio.
like he's like about to call the guards to have Gratch removed.
Oh,
No, it's
Full
okay.
vest.
He's got his vest on. It's all good.
his service collar, yeah.
That sucks.
Agreed.
Doesn't mean he won't be useful at some point down the road.
Sure.
Valerie will like kind of like absent-mindedly like give him a pat on the head. Much the way somebody would a dog. Kind of like, good boy. Now move along.
Right. You're cute. Well, just keep moving.
Mama's busy.
Gotcha. All right. Interesting.
All right. Father Liam.
All right, Father Liam's going to introduce himself to Megar, who's the noble, right?
He is.
So he'll give a proper introduction. I'm Father Liam Hall, knight and priest of the First Vault, Justicar of the Realm. It's a pleasure.
It is a pleasure. Megar Varn, the Varns of Brevoy. And he kind of gives his lineage enough for you to tweak to the fact that he is the third born son of a noble family.
Ooh, I was gonna guess third born.
Yeah, I figured Liam's kind of like so far removed from any noble-ish side of things, but just enough to become a knight. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Fourth cousin to somebody important. And yeah, I'll just strike up a conversation about the opportunity of settling a new land, bringing civilization into the wilds. The Abadar side of things.
Okay. Yes. Do you know yet what areas you'll be going to?
Looks like a great opportunity for a casino. Is that what you're talking about?
We haven't been giving any orders yet, but we're really looking forward to seeing what the future brings. The opportunity to bring order to such a lawless place is one of the key tenets of Abadar's teachings in the order of the numbers.
I understand. I'm not overly familiar with your faith. I myself, my family was able to pull some favors, so I already know that I'm being assigned to Noman Heights. In fact, I've already got plans for a village drawn up back home. I was thinking of calling it Varnhold, but I don't know if that's too pretentious or not.
Well, every good community needs a strong leader, and every good community needs a strong name. And if you're to be that leader,
That's true. That's true.
No, I don't.
So
if you need any assistance drafting up your rules of law, then Abadar is the lawkeeper. I could assist.
perhaps, yes, certainly. You said your name was Father Hall?
Yes.
And he makes note of that. And would you like to discover or influence?
I think I want to influence since no one's done it yet.
All right. What skill would you like to use?
I guess diplomacy in this case, or I mean, I have a feat I could use deception. Now I use diplomacy.
All right.
I was gonna say you haven't lied to this guy about anything yet.
He's got a feat that he can set like verbal traps because he's a lawyer, right?
I think the first and only lie was telling him Varnhold was a good name.
Yeah, he didn't actually say that though.
True.
You know,
That's true. That's true. Technical truths. You're right.
Technical truths are the best truths. All right. So as you talk to him, you can tell that he's a very low-ranking sword lord, but he is loyal. Like he's loyal to the Eldoris, he is loyal to Restov. You had the feeling that while he's kind of guarded and friendly and maybe a little bit pretentious, he takes his oaths to the Eldori and to Restov very, very seriously. I.e., do not badmouth them around him.
Yeah, so we fit right in, right?
Yep.
We need to get this guy on the payroll.
Flower.
All right. Yeah, I think I was talking to. I'm going to talk to Amiri. I'm going to try to open up a small talk by talking about a weapon. It is a rather large one.
It's like, yeah, should be killed a giant for it.
Now that, quite the feat of strength.
Yeah, well, there's only one giant. Maybe one day I'll get to fight two. That'd be great.
Ooh, that'd be a fight for the ages. And like, this is my weapon of choice. He'll hold up the I-beam.
Like, does it take you two hands to hold that big a weapon?
Sometimes I'm getting to the point where I can swing it with one.
Let's see. Prefer something with a little bit of an edge to it because I like to see him bleed, but I can appreciate bludgeoning somebody to death.
I have seen things explode under the weight of this thing.
Well, maybe someday we'll get to fight beside one another.
Now that would be a pleasure. I'd like to try and discover.
Perfect. Give me your choice of perception or society.
Ooh. I will use my perception.
Why do I see this degrading to like a flex off?
That's probably what's going to end up being.
Yeah, definitely. She's definitely the sort of person that's to be impressed by like physicality, and not politics.
But I hate politics.
But as you're talking to her closer, you do notice like she's got a variety of tattoos. Some of them you recognize as various like kind of barbarian tattoos, tribal tattoos. There's one in particular though that looks like it's been basically like branded through, almost like a strike through.
Okay. So it looks like it's been it's been attempted to be crossed off, or
like burned off.
oh.
Moot pint.
Moot Pint. Moot Pint's kind of... He's very distracted. It's like somebody's talking to him and won't shut up and keeps interrupting whenever he tries to get a train of thought onto something that's going on. And he's mumbling stuff like, no, like, you said we had to go there. We got to do this before we can go there. This is how we're going to get there. No. It's like, I know, but we got to get. I'm just a halfling. I got to go my own pace. We got to go at this pace. It's like I can't teleport. Like this will get us. This will get us the paperwork. This will get us there. Don't. He's like exasperated. It was. He's going on and stuff like that. His family is known for being weird, so if this is a bard, there's a chance this bard might have heard of his family. This has been going back many generations, like a couple of 100 years. It's kind of basic. He's kind of acting like like a cross between like a Hobbit and Shaggy from Scooby Doo, and if he had the Mayfair witches problem.
Gotcha. So Lindsay will like stop chatting with Gotch momentarily. She's like, "You're a humble cap."
Oh yes, yes, Moot Pint. I'm Moot Pint Humblecap. Yes.
I've heard of you. Your family. They say you're cursed, or blessed. I can never remember the story.
Chronically annoyed, I think, most of the time.
We studied you at the university. Well, not you.
Really?
Not you. Maybe not yet. But I mean, if you're here and then you're going to become a hero, because why else would you be at a feast of heroes? Then that means that maybe that one day they will study you at the university.
Maybe. I'm a bit of a magic user myself. Never been to the university, but I would maybe someday like to. They've got. I've kind of. I'm looking for tales. I'm looking for relics and books and scrolls and items that nobody has ever seen or hasn't seen in generations. Um, kind of preoccupied about going to this new place that hasn't been fully explored. What brings you there? No, I'll ask her. I'm asking her right now. What brings you there?
I'm looking for stories. I want to chronicle these lands. I figure that'll show those stuck-ups at the. I mean, I'm interested in chronicling the next hero.
Well, I'm not much of a hero, but my companions have seeming lots of potential.
Oh, some people just don't know they're heroes yet.
It's entirely possible. Sounds like dangerous work, though. Oh, I know. We're still going. Anyway, sorry about that. It's like sometimes I talk to myself.
Oh, I
hate it when they answer back.
And sing to myself and write poems to myself, and I get where you're coming from.
And I'll ask I'll ask her, and I'll ask her if she's ever heard of a particular obscure tale that whoever's talking in my head might be interested in. That might give me a clue on where to go and what to look for next. Probably not, but anyway, just engaging her.
Perfect. Give me. Let's go this. Let's go this a society test.
There you go.
Perfect. Your first influence point.
About a third of this conversation is me passing messages from the voice in my head to her and seeing what's going on.
Perfect. All right. So as you guys kind of make your way through this, through the audience, kind of talking to people, trying to like size people up more than anything at this point. The Iron Wraiths are keeping to themselves. They make polite conversation with others, but they are largely focused on their own plans. The folks that you guys are engaging with, they do seem to be receptive. They're not turning their backs on you. Nobody has kind of turned you away or rebuffed you. You have a chance to kind of talk amongst yourselves as well, if you want to put a plan into play for basically for round 2, as you kind of get a sense for people. From what you can tell so far, you do know that Amiri is she's a barbarian. She's impressed by barbarian things. Strength, athletics, nature, drinking contests.
Flowers got this.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Lindsay does seem to be interested at the fact that Moot Pint has said that you guys are heroes. Lindsay is all wide-eyed now. She is definitely on board the chronicling the adventures of a hero train. Tartuccio doesn't seem fond of animals. Doesn't seem to be fond of his intellectual inferiors. But
He's a dick.
yeah, he's a bit of a dick.
My notes on him consist of Arcana, Illusion, Tool.
Yeah.
Tool.
Valerie, you guys haven't really gotten a beat on Valerie as of yet. She seems to be nice, pleasant. She's not going out of her way to engage in conversation. And she's like watching the room. Magar is definitely nobility. He's called in favors to find out like what tract of land he might be sent to explore as part of this project. He already has plans for a village. He has a name for his village, named after himself, of course. Definitely a noble / politician.
I think he'd be a great guy to get on our payrolls at some point. He seems like a skilled administrator, or at least an eager administrator.
Yeah, and he's lawful, right? So
He is very lawful.
Yeah, okay.
There are a few people here that I could see being helpful in the future.
We need someone to scope out Valerie, I think.
Yep.
This time.
Jay,
Which one's she?
she's the female fighter with the armor.
The night-looking lady.
Yep. Jaythal. Jaythal seems to be giving people the creeps. But
yep.
Snowmaple has managed to ascertain that she wants to take part. She doesn't really know how. And Harem is a fairly morose, cynical dwarf. So you guys can decide how you would like to do round 2. Just so you guys are aware, mechanically the way it works is as you guys build up influence over time, there's certain thresholds which will change things that you get from the NPCs. And you have basically 2 hours in which to accomplish whatever it is you wish to accomplish. So essentially 6 rounds. So you may want to go like, okay, this is somebody we definitely need to have on our side. This is definitely somebody we need more information on, that sort of thing. You might want to start, as we go into round 2, you might want to start strategizing your picks a little bit. Kind of like what you would at any sort of political feast.
I think we need more information on Valerie, and I think either Traxton or Moot Pints is our best person to chat up Lindsay.
I like Mayor.
Moonpine could make a play for the vampire.
If you want, she's looking for someone to be friendly with her. Treat her like a person.
Do we want a vampire?
Do we not want a vampire?
I want a vampire.
I'm like a vampire.
Do we want a vampire that's not on our side?
That's true. It's better to be friends with a vampire than enemies with a vampire.
I mean, who doesn't want Creepy Girl on their team?
Me?
Kind of the same.
Okay, it's 5-1.
4-2, but yeah.
Yeah. Fine. And I think it's tangentially team. I don't think she's going to be following us around or anything, so I think we're fine.
Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, get your
I
own
think it's
project.
just in good graces.
Exactly, yeah.
If it's diplomacy, though, I'm not really good at diplomacy.
What's the fun part with the influence game is you get to pick the skill you think you are using.
Oh, okay, cool.
The influence will tell you, if you roll well enough, the influence will tell you kind of like what they are more susceptible to. Like the professor knows that talking Arcana with Tertuccio is the way in. And Snow Maple knows that making friends, i.e. diplomacy, is the way into Jethal.
Yeah. I mean, we do need a magic guy. I'm not sure if Tertuccio is that guy, but
I can resign myself to dealing with the tool. I can talk shop with him, and
I mean, at least find out if he's, competent.
yeah, for sure. I'll see if he's all talk or not.
We appreciate your sacrifice.
Well said.
Yeah.
I think the noble's got the money, right? Like, we want to keep him happy.
Yeah, we definitely want Magar on our team.
Barbarian has strength.
Which is good to have on our side.
Yes, yes, it is.
Anybody you like the look of, Traxon?
Mm, well, if Moot Point is going to switch to try and get the vampire on our side, or like maybe we can both sort of work on Lindsay a little bit. But I don't see me relating or Traxon relating very well to anybody else at this point, anyway.
I can stick with the bard if you want to own the vampire.
Oh no, I'm 6 foot pole with that particular person. For me, I'm not going anywhere near her
Okay.
for now.
Oh, somebody else that's got an alignment that's not just neutral.
Or just doesn't like undead.
I'll take it.
Alrighty. So as we go into the
Cool.
kind of the main course part of dinner, Professor Yorin.
Yeah, I will continue chatting with Tartuccio. Be like, oh yeah, as an illusionist, I'm sure you're familiar with, this mage's principle of reality versus illusion, blah blah blah, all that sort of stuff.
Give me an Arcana check. Ooh. Another influence point. And just so you guys are aware, the influence is for the group, not just for the individual. So, like, because you guys are associated, you have X influence with Tartuccio, X influence with Lindsay. It's not specifically Moot Point or the Professor.
Oh, okay.
Very cool. Very cool.
Because otherwise it would be way too much to track. Snow Maple. Sorry.
Oh, and yeah, really quick, can I, from some conversation, get a bead on how competent is this guy? Is he all talk, or does he actually know his stuff?
He knows his stuff. He's probably overselling it when he claims to be the best magician there is.
Is that how he introduces himself?
He's like the great and powerful Tartuccio, master of illusion.
Most powerful illusionist to ever live.
And as you talk to him for a bit, he definitely knows his stuff. He knows his magical theory. He knows illusion spells. He is definitely a legit illusionist. You're thinking maybe like advanced apprentice or Tartuccio.
Gotcha. An advanced apprentice.
Yep.
Journeyman at best.
Yeah. But he is the most skilled magic user you've ever met. Bearing in mind, though, you guys are level 2, and he is definitely more skilled than Moot Point.
He could be level 3.
He could be level 3.
Oh, he knows second level spells? Unbelievable.
Maybe. But yeah, he's definitely a more skilled magician than Moot Point is when you talk theory with him.
Wonderful.
Sounds
Snow Maple.
I think Snow Maple is gonna stick with Jethal and try and ask her about what kind of opportunity she's looking for, that kind of thing. Creepy girls gotta stick together, I guess. I mean, Snow Maple doesn't look creepy, but she feels creepy sometimes.
Gotcha. All right. What skill would you like to use to be friendly to her?
I guess diplomacy, because she's not gonna try to lie to her.
Okay,
She's being genuine.
perfect. And at this point, I will remind people as well that you do have hero points if you want to like re-roll a roll.
Balls. I might use one right away.
He knew it'd be a 10.
Oh, here we go. How do I spend a hero point?
If you right-click on where it says 10, one of them should be re-roll and keep the new result. Oh,
Oh, now
Oh,
we're
wow.
doing it.
There you go.
perfect. A 24. That is a strong roll.
Oh, did I alter my initiative?
I think I did accidentally.
Oh, okay.
So I just had to put you back up into the order. The initiative does, because there's no IPCs acting, so as long as you go after Professor and before Traxton, then it's all good.
Okay, no problem.
So yes, so as you talk to her,
Oh, she's not gonna bring up the whole vampire thing either. That seems rude.
perfect. So yes, so just like I needed to get away from Keanan, from my home. And
Keelan?
Keonan. There was nothing for me there anymore, and no, she does not have pronounced vampire-like fangs. But
Yeah, I know what it's like to need to get away.
so I thought, I was traveling anyway, and I heard this call, and I thought starting new would be, someplace where nobody knows who I am, nobody knows anything about me. Would probably be for the best.
It is an attractive concept. Definitely worth the trip, I think.
So, I didn't expect there to be a feast. I thought it would just, come in, be assigned a charter or a group to work with, and then, on your way. So this is not really my thing, but I do appreciate you taking the time to talk to me.
Well, I mean, these sorts of things can be difficult. I mean, this is not my first sort of interview like this. It's but it's not a terrible way to do things, I don't think. I mean, could be worse. And she's like, kind of points over to the Iron Wraiths, and she's like, check out the tryhards.
I'm sure they mean well, but that's not really my scene.
No, me either.
But just so you're aware, any future diplomacy checks against Jathal are DC 15.
Woohoo!
Traxton.
So does that count as one for her too?
It does.
Okay, so we got 3 now, right? One for
One for Lindsay, one for Tartuccio, and one for Jathal.
all right, cool.
I didn't get one
Was
from
it Lindsay
Maker.
or was it? Yeah, I think it was Megar, not Lindsay.
No, he did not get one on Magar.
Oh.
Not yet.
Oh, wow. That's a hard roll.
Magar's DCs are high because he is a noble.
Fancy pantsy.
The fanciest. Okay. I think for this round, Traxton will sort of.
Try Valerie. See what she's
Oh,
about.
That was good. That was going to be my next round. Actually, would be
Oh, okay.
discover Valerie. This round, I'm going to go for Lindsay and have a chat with her. I think. Just noticing as like the last round, her interest in Gretch and stuff. I'm just going to start up a conversation with her, like about him. I think. Just trying to. improve her sort of view of us and everything else, and give her a bit of backstory as well.
He's my special boy.
Yeah, I would like to use nature.
All right. Sure. So as you're like talking to Lindsay, like she's kind of like scratching behind the ears, and then she like pulls out this big journal that she has, and as she flips through pages, you can see there's like half-written songs and poems and like sketches, and she gets to like a fresh page, and she just kind of absently starts like just sketching a picture of Gratch. Giving him like a funny little hat and stuff, more like a caricature than an actual drawing. But she's fairly skilled, and she's like talking to you the whole time, like she's dividing her attention between sketching and talking to you at the same time, and it does not slow down her talking at all. She's like, so where are you from? And Moodpint said you guys are heroes, and that's interesting because I really want to follow a hero because I want to like write their story. Is that okay? What's his name? And just like on and on and on and on and on.
I'd rather have the vampire.
Ooh, okay. I think at some point then, like Traxton tries to keep up, but he does actually quite quickly probably lose it. When I say it, the sort of flow of the conversation. But what happens at that point is, like, out of his collar, I think his Leshy will sort of crawl out and come down and try and take some of her sort of attention away from him. And he'll introduce Lindsay to the Leshy. He calls the Leshy Sprig. Anyway, that would be my sort of turn with her. Like, he definitely can't keep up with the staccato barrage of questions. Not at the pace that she's firing them off anyway.
Perfect. Yeah, give me a nature roll.
Okay.
And yeah, it's like talking to like a 5-year-old hopped up on sugar.
Yeah. After having a few Red Bulls, probably too. Ooh, that's 15 on my dice.
Ooh, 15 on the dice. That's a 20 total.
Beautiful.
All right. So yeah, so she is fascinated.
Gotcha.
And she's like, like I said, Leshy are like they're like little nature spirits that live in plant bodies. So yeah, so she is absolutely fascinated. She's like, oh, what's its name, and where did it come from, and how do you know them, and are they tied into the are they tied at all into like the natural world or the first world, and do they know sprites, and do they know dryads, and do you think it's going to grow into a dryad, and if it grows into a dryad, is it going to like be its own tree, and just on and on and on and on.
She's a toddler.
Yeah.
In the computer game, Lindsay and Amiri and then Octavia are like my go-to companions because Octavia is a rogue mage, and in first edition Pathfinder you can sneak attack with spells. So it's like I will sneak attack with acid bolt. Father Liam.
Right. So Liam is going to continue chatting with Megar. Didn't have any success on the first round, but did get some clues about oaths, I think. So he's going to have a conversation about the importance of Bravoi in whatever settlements that we begin. Like, you're beginning yours at this particular place, and we're going to begin ours at this particular place. But Bravoi is going to be the rock, the foundation that holds us.
Did Traxton get a point with Lindsay?
He did.
All right, so we're up to 2. All right, sorry. I'm just keeping track over here.
Yep, no worries. Yes, absolutely. Part of the reason why I'm interested in this is because Lady Jamandi has promised to trade in military assistance to the new land that we found, and Bravoi will absolutely be crucial to that.
Absolutely. Not only military, but diplomatic, right? The oaths that we hold to our country, as I've mentioned on the Justicar of this realm, and the oaths that we hold to our orders are probably the most sacred things that we can hold on to.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a lawless and civilized land from all statements that I've heard. Bandits and monsters running amok. We need to make sure that is quelled.
Certainly, it's the tenet of Abadar to bring civilization to the wilderness, not to destroy the wilderness, but to bring some amount of order. And I'll start talking to him about the God Claw. That's the pantheon that Abadar is part of.
Okay.
Of all the lawful, basically, I'm throwing a lawful at him.
Gotcha. Yeah, you can give me a religion roll.
Religion, sure. Well, 16 is not bad.
You need more.
No, I was 16. Yeah.
I mean, we're just trying to figure out what his quote-unquote weakness is, right?
So with the 16. So as you're talking to him, he's not overly interested in the religious aspect. He is interested in the political aspects of things.
I mean, that's what lawful is, right?
Yeah. So he's very interested in that angle, not so much the God angle, but the legal angle and the political angle. Enough for you to know that if you use politics lore, but it'll let you sub in legal lore, is a DC 15 instead of a DC much higher.
Oof, that's still a hard roll. All right. Yeah, tough nut to crack, this guy.
He's a very tough nut to crack.
I have underworld lore. Do you think he's interested in crime?
He is a politician.
He is a politician. Ooh. All right, Flower.
All right. I think after a little bit more discussion, just about our biggest greatest thing we've killed, other stuff like that. I think Flower would suddenly and be like, "Hey, I want to make this a little bit more interesting." So, Mary.
What do you mean? I mean, I'm not allowed to kill anyone here.
We're like, let's have a little bit of a drinking game, shall we? And he'll be like, he'll put his arm out. He'll go. Whoever wins the arm wrestle has to down their mug, and we'll keep going and going and going.
Oh,
Nice.
There you go. So yeah, she'll like belly right up to the table.
Oh, there's going to be some property damage.
I'd like to do athletics for this if I can.
Absolutely, this is athletics. An 18. Good roll. She is quite strong. Actually, how strong is she?
I figured.
How sturdy are these tables?
I think after a while it'll be like smashing like the hands through.
Yeah. 18 strength. So she's as strong as Flower. She is quite strong. So it's a lot of the hands are locked together, and then she just look at him, and then she'll fuck it, I'm thirsty, and she you can feel her release her grip just enough to lose, just so she can finish off her drink, and then she goes right back to it. She is quite happy to arm wrestle, and that is an influence point with Amiri.
I think Howard just nods approvingly, and gives a a good chuckle, and then goes back for round 2.
Barbarian diplomacy.
Barbarian diplomacy at its finest.
I feel like
Yep.
someone should warn the wait staff.
Just as you mentioned that, they get a little bit carried away and like the hit the table at such an angle that like some of the cutlery flies off, and the waitstaff's like,
Liam's looking at the Iron Race going, I wish I came with you.
"Hey, do you guys have an opening?"
Y'all match. Oh.
Moot pint.
Moot Pint. What's Moot Pint gonna do?
We've got 2 points on Lindsay already.
Lindsay's the vampire.
No, Lindsay's the bard.
The halfling
Super
bard.
super friendly bard.
The vampire. Do we have any points in the vampire?
Yeah, 1.
Yep.
And what about the noble? Nothing with the noble, right?
No, I mean Liam is chatting to him, and they seem to be getting along, but the noble's not giving nothing away.
And the wizard?
Professor's
I've
been
got one
talking-
with the wizard.
Yep.
Yeah. Talking shop.
We do know the wizard could be influenced with Arcana, right?
I got
I
a
do.
+7 on
Yeah.
that. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
All right, so he's kind of, now that Lindsay's moved on, he'll kind of back to talking to his head, and he'll say something like, "No, you're too harsh on illusions. Illusions are no. That's one of the key types of arcana. It's. I know it's not real. That's the point. It's still important." He's just like having a conversation with his head, with his, and he'll kind of say, "Hey, to the wizard. It's like, you're a wizard. Oh, I have 2 minds of this. Explain to me. I'm a wizard as well. Explain to me the importance of the illusionary arts over prestidigitation or something like that, and engage him in a conversation like that."
Give me an Arcana check. As Tartuccio starts to go into a very long-winded and very dry and very condescending description of illusionary magic.
Well, I'll continue. I'll ask follow-up questions at the right moments. Don't cut him off or anything. And once in a while, I'll say, "I told you he'd know. Jeez, you think you know everything? No, this guy's smarter than you are."
All right.
Stuff like that.
Perfect.
I don't care how old you are. He's still smarter than you.
Yeah, you get the feeling Tartuccio, he knows what he's talking about, but both you and the professor can give me perception checks.
Can I?
Yeah, it's under attributes.
Oh, okay.
You guys are not that perceptive. So he will espouse a great lengths about how illusion magic essentially requires you to be smarter, because you have to make the illusion believable, and you have to make sure it sounds right and it looks right and it reacts right. Any idiot can cast a fireball. It takes a master strategist and a mastermind to be able to cast an illusion of a fireball that makes people react as if it was real. And that differentiation is what makes the illusionist better. And that seems to be his entire kind of like line of thinking, is that illusion magic is better because you have to be smarter.
All right. Moonpoint's kind of like keeps his foot into all the different spheres. He's a wizard, so
Yeah.
he's interested in what he says, but he doesn't necessarily believe him. And I rolled a 2 on that perception check. I had a +7.
You do have a hero point if you'd like to use it.
I don't. Not on this.
Okay.
Let this. Does this?
Not on the tool.
This is not going to help me. Well, I rolled a 22 for the the point, right?
Yep.
The perception check's not giving us anything, right? Except for knowing if he's full of shit or not.
All right. So as as it draws close to like 7:45 or so in the evening, by this point in time, you guys have looked out and the snow is coming down. It is a snowstorm outside. The Iron Wraiths will look out and say, "Okay, Lady Eldori, we will see you in the morning. We have rooms already paid for at the tavern and horses to take care of. But we will be back in the morning. Thank you." And they kind of bow to the dinner just a tad bit early. Next round, Professor Yorin.
Yeah, seeing Moot Pint start chatting up Tartuccio. I'll look over to Harem, who's kind of been silently drinking by himself alone. And I'll say, why so sour? Correct me if I'm wrong, but your lord doesn't necessarily call for the end times, just ensures something will be there when it happens. And I'll try to use religion to talk to him. Maybe.
Did we get a point on Tartuccio there or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Cool.
The end is inevitable. There's better things to do with your time than waste it drinking and dancing and feasting.
But if the end is inevitable, shouldn't you use all of the time you have to do what you love?
There's no point in loving anything if the end is coming.
I'm sorry. I think we're just at a fundamental disagreement there.
Oh, perhaps, but you're young yet. But you can give me a religion roll.
I will. Yeah.
Ray of friggin' sunshine, this guy.
Oh.
Ooh, we did not have a good talk. Things did not go well.
You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Okay.
I'll just go, okay, well,
Yeah.
and start, looking over the table for someone more exciting.
Yes. In case that comes up, just make note that you cannot attempt to further influence Harem. You personally.
I personally cannot? Okay.
He finds you entirely too optimistic and cheery.
Too positive.
The fact that you would think that there's something worth loving in the world when the end times is coming, you're too optimistic. Fuck off.
How dare I live life?
How dare you indeed.
Right?
You enjoyed that food. Heretic.
Right. Snow Maple.
Yeah. I think I'll just hang with Jathal.
Okay.
We seem to be getting along pretty good. Now, is the idea that we're trying to get a certain amount of influence with somebody, or
the more influence you have with somebody, the better off you will be. There's certain thresholds at which things change in relation to them.
Okay. I guess I would start asking Jathal maybe about her skill set. What she likes to do, in her spare time, that kind of stuff.
Oh, I like to break into people's homes and drink their blood.
That's fine.
Eat babies.
No judgment here.
Oh, at one time I was a leader and a ruler.
Oh, really? Interesting.
That was quite some time ago, though.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, not everyone appreciated what I had to do to rule over my citizens.
Difficult choices need to be made, and there are often people that shy away from them.
Some choices are harder than others. I suppose in hindsight, I don't begrudge them what they did. I suppose they saw it as necessary. Perhaps. Perhaps distance will give me perspective.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, new start.
But you can give me another diplomacy roll. DC is 15. Ooh, critical success.
Huzzah!
Damn.
So does that count for 2?
It does count for 2.
Sweet. Snowmobiles, making friends, influencing people.
So we're friends with the tool, the vampire, and the barbarian.
Yeah. And the barbarian girl.
Oh goodness! Oh, the bard too.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think this is a winning team. I don't know.
agreed.
We still need someone to check out Valerie, though, because we don't have anything on her yet.
I'm trying next round.
So yes, so as you talk to her, it's like, in hindsight, perhaps what I did unwisely. And if I could do it again, perhaps I would choose differently. But the rites and rituals of the Pallid Princess are not for the faint of heart.
Pallid Princess?
The Pallid Princess.
Pallid
yeah,
Princess.
the what rituals?
Just the
Rites and rituals.
rites and rituals. But you can give me a religion roll there, Snow Maple.
Phew. Yeah, sure. We'll see how that turns out. Do I even have that? I am mildly skilled at it, I guess. Nope.
No idea who that is.
Yeah.
Probably the goddess of love and bunnies.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I've got the Pathfinder agent. I guess jack of all trades is what it is.
Yeah, basically.
Right.
Anything that you're not proficient in, you at least get your level as a bonus.
Cool.
So yeah, it's kind of like jack of all trades. But yeah, you do know that. Just judging from the name, the Pallid Princess,
Yeah.
and rites and rituals, you're gonna guess that was probably something.
There's no sunshine and rainbows here. She's definitely not a sparkle princess, that kind of thing.
Exactly. But Jathal does seem to be opening up to you. For better or worse, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Traxton.
I mean, the father has to appreciate the fact that we have someone to deal with the people that he finds distasteful.
Yeah, there you go. Everybody has a purpose.
The father is not paying attention to that conversation at all.
It's for the best.
That's exactly why.
Yep. All right. So, Valerie, I know you mentioned sword and shield. Is there any iconography on Valerie at all?
There is. You can make a religion roll.
Oh, I have that. That's an 18 on my dice.
Ooh, that's gonna be super high. All right. So yeah, as you're kind of like getting the lay of the land on Valerie.
Mm-hmm.
She looks like she definitely has the bearing of somebody who is. At first glance, you're like, I think she's a champion. Basically a paladin. But there's no. So you kind of intrinsically look for any sort of religious symbol as to which deity she might be the champion to.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't see any holy symbol at all. But more than that, like most adventurers, even if they're not religious, have like little trinkets to some god, like to the god of luck or to the god of fate or some little, in case shit goes down, deathbed confession, ties to some deity or another. She has nothing. She is like completely devoid of anything that might even be remotely tied to a god.
Oh, okay.
Enough to you to know that anybody who is of a religious bent would probably not get through her defenses.
Man, the father is just striking out on every metric.
He's getting his ass kicked.
Gotcha. Okay.
He's supposed to be good at this.
Gotcha. So, sorry, just a question mechanically. That was my sort of discovery on her.
That was just as you're kind of looking over. So yeah, you'll get that she has no tolerance for religious people.
Right.
But despite that, you can tell that she's a genuinely seems like a good person. She has the bearing of a knight. So any sort of person who is like honorable or lawful would probably be able to appeal to her.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna give her a wide berth.
So what I'm asking though is that's my action for this round, or can I try a ingratiation sort of?
That would be your action for this round.
Okay, perfect.
Yep.
All right. She's got like so just to clarify from my own mind, she's got like the bearing and the shall we say the posture of somebody who's undergone like all that kind of training, but purposefully devoid of all sign of it.
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
And the last piece of information, because this is stuff I'm actually supposed to give you during influence encounters, and I forgot sometimes, is that her lowest influence difficulty is 13 for diplomacy.
Okay, if you approach her the right way, you mean you can be at a 13?
Yeah, if you use the diplomacy skill, it's a DC of 13 to influence her.
Gotcha.
And if that particular person happens to be like a lawful or lawful neutral, they get a +2 bonus.
Gotcha.
But if they happen to be religious, then that's a problem.
So really quickly about Valerie, though, you said that she did have iconography; it just wasn't religious.
Right.
Okay.
Enough to denote that she is she's a trained knight, basically, but not of a religious order.
Right, but do we know where she was knighted or something like that? Like, is it heraldry or like a coat of arms?
Is it Brevoy or?
It is not Brevoy.
No, I don't think any of us are local.
Yeah, nobody is local. I'd have to look up exactly which country it is. But yes, she's not from here, but it's enough to denote that it's specifically a non-religious fighting order that she's part of.
Gotcha. Cool.
Father Liam.
Well, I can't go see Valerie because she hates religious people.
I mean, she doesn't hate religious people. She just doesn't like religion.
Just don't open with, "Have you heard of the Lord of the First Vault?"
Yeah. I don't know.
Have you read the orders and numbers?
I don't know if the father's capable of starting a conversation that way.
Have you heard the good? No.
I'm going to keep working on Magar. So moving away from the religion side of things and more to the law and order side of things, because apparently that works, I will try legal lore.
Break out your matlock on him.
All right.
Legal lore is not my best skill, but we know it works, right?
Well, the DC's got to be lower.
Oh,
I'll spend the hero point,
okay.
because I got to do something in this encounter. Reroll, keep the new result. I
Just
think.
spend one of those and
Yep.
Nope. Fuck this. I'm done.
Oof.
Goddamn.
Stupid heretic. You might be a noble, but you don't know anything. You need to pray.
It's like maybe one day. Maybe when I have my village, I'll build a shrine. Maybe.
Yo, motherfuckers need Avatar.
All right. Flower.
Painful. Oh, painful.
All right. So I believe how far into this game have I come with the Miri?
You guys are both pretty feeling pretty good. She's like, and another thing, if somebody, it doesn't matter if it's a man or a woman, if they want to be in charge of the tribe and they prove themselves, you do not fucking kick them out. And then she like bangs her tankard on the table and like slugs it back.
That sounds absolutely logical. Makes sense.
Makes sense. Try to kill me, I kill them.
She's getting hammered.
And I think, like, as we keep going this game, I'll ask, is that why that tattoo burned?
You did that when they kicked me out. Stupid fuckers. She kind of like stands up on her bench. She's like, I'll kill all of you.
Yeah.
Why are we cheering?
So it's gonna.
Because Flower's probably feeling pretty good at this point. He's getting hyped up, and like, are you gonna continue this game or are you done?
And she'll sit back down and she'll like go, all right, double or nothing. Let's go.
All right, and we'll go again.
Okay.
I got a gold of the dwarf.
Ooh, money on it now. Yeah, I'll just do athletics again.
All right.
I'm going to use my hero point.
Okay.
How do I roll it again? Oh,
Yep.
re-roll and keep the new result?
Yep.
Roll using a hero point.
There you go.
Yikes!
Yeah.
Just,
So that time she puts your arm almost through the table.
I get that
A
he
definite
takes.
dent.
I think at that
He's
he
pissed.
takes his mug, and I think he reaches over and probably grabs Father Hull's mug.
I will toss her a gold, though.
All right.
I will bring them both up, and at the same time just pour. Like, they might not even necessarily go in his mouth, but he's just pouring them.
Gotcha. All right. So the barbarians are having a rowdy old time down at that end of the table.
Lots of laughter, lots of cussing each other out, but in a friendly. I imagine it's in a friendly way of cussing each other out.
Yep.
We're having a grand old time.
All right. Moot Pint.
Poor old Moot Pint. He's gonna make a try for the noble.
All right.
So he'll kind of muttering to himself under his breath because he's talking to a noble, so he's being a little bit more cautious about being weird. And he said, and so he comes up to him and says, "A little birdie told me that you are the most likely to bring order to this new realm. I'm very curious of what your thoughts on how this new society should be engineered and constructed, and anyway, just diplomacy talk. And every once in a while, he will say, "Yeah, I'll ask him. Let him get a word in."
It's like, well, obviously the first thing that needs to be done is to find a suitable location for the village. Someplace with the arable land, close to water, the usual.
How do you feel about forks in the water where it splits in two ways? I hear a lot of great cities have started in places like that.
That's definitely beneficial for trade.
And for fishing and logging.
Well, it depends on how close it is to forests. But that time will come.
Location.
Exactly. Location is everything. But hopefully when Varnhold is built, wherever you decide to settle will be relatively nearby. But you can give me a diplomacy roll.
I have no bonuses on diplomacy, but I've been rolling not very well. So I think I am not.
So yes, as Moopine starts to ramble, Magar will just look over at Father Holmes and like, "Is he with you?"
Unfortunately, yes.
I figured out.
I see. Perhaps this conversation is done then.
My lord?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he'll just mutter off, "Oh, yeah, he's as bad as you are. Jesus. At least he's got cultivated manners."
Is that a strike with Megar?
It's a critical failure.
Oh boy.
Because for a roll, if you fail by 10 or more, it's a critical failure. So Mootpoint can no longer even attempt to influence Magar.
Oh well. Next roll will be good.
Next roll will be good.
It's all right, Moot Point. He's a bit of a heretic.
So as we move into the fourth round, basically like an hour into the dinner, oddly enough, you guys are on the best terms with the quote unquote vampire. Her and Snow Maple seem to be having just like the best conversation, just like watching everybody else.
Yeah.
And Snow Maple, you do realize, like, as you're watching and you're talking to her, and you haven't like run in fear from her or anything, or brought up like, any like, are you a vampire or anything of that nature? She's quietly sarcastic as she's watching the goings on.
Oh, I feel like we get along real good.
Basically, you're like the two moms sipping wine, watching the kids play and making comments.
Yeah, really.
But yeah, she does have a fairly sarcastic sense of humor, but it does have a darker tinge to it.
Well, she's nowhere near as grim as Harem, so infinitely better company.
That is true. All right, Professor Yoren.
Yeah. Liam, do you still plan to talk to Magar?
No.
That's probably.
No?
No, I'm done.
At your house.
Done with that guy.
All right. Well, I will saddle up to him then, and I will say, please, my lord, excuse my companion here. His family is on the eccentric end.
They're on the spectrum.
But please, I haven't heard much about you. Tell me about yourself, and I'll try to gather information about him.
All right. You can give me a perception or a society roll.
I will do a society roll.
Okay. 17. He is stoic. You do know, like, he's a member of the Varn family, a very well-respected family, third son, which means he is not going to inherit anything. So basically,
I mean, not until his brothers die, but
And possibly not even then. Like if they die and they have children, their
Yeah,
children
kill them
could
too.
Yeah. Oh, there you go.
What?
I've been watching Game of Thrones lately, so
But he does seem to be interested in politics and heraldry and like local lore and stuff. Enough for you to know that the skills that are easiest to influence him are like political lore, heraldry lore, legal lore. But his lowest DC for influence skills is 22.
Oh, well, I feel better.
He is a super tough nut to crack. You do have the feeling if you can get in, then he will definitely kind of open up to you, much like Jathal did. But getting in is a problem.
yeah, my original plan was to use the aid action to help Father Hull talk to him, but I will take this high and mighty prestige into account.
Right. Snow Maple.
Yeah, I think me and Jathal are just gonna keep rolling out over here.
Right. Hmm, 17 is good for another one.
All right.
So as you guys continue to talk, she does make mention again to the Pallid Princess. This time you catch the name Yurgotha, Yurgothoa, and how Jathal sees herself as the Pallid Princess's champion.
Urathro? Is that with a J?
URGATHOA.
All right. When you say champion, is that like a religious thing?
I believe I was chosen from my goddess for a purpose.
Oh, it's interesting. What kind of purpose?
Whatever she calls me to. Generally battle.
Mm-hmm.
Working for her within the lands I find myself.
Okay.
I'm not a priestess. I don't spread her word. I merely do as I am bid.
Right. So, does she provide you benefits?
In a manner of speaking, I have, and she kind of smiles, says, much to be thankful to her for.
Hmm.
I have just as much to be unthankful for, I suppose.
Well, a lot of things end up being a mixed bag, don't they?
Take the good and the bad, I suppose. And do what you can.
I'm always a fan of making the best of a maybe not optimal situation.
My situation is definitely not optimal. But I will make the best of it. Right. Traxton.
Right. I think I'm going to engage Valerie, or try to, in a conversation. Just sort of wander back into her general direction, and sit down and just sort of offhandedly remark to her about how this whole venture could be quite successful, as long as none of the major sort of influencing religions get involved in the situation. As long as we keep it to the rule of law, I think we could have a good go of things.
Yeah, you can give me a diplomacy roll.
Alrighty. That is a 10 on my dice.
14 total, one shy.
Oh, okay. I will use one of my points to re-roll. Is that how that works?
Yep.
Okay. Come on, more than 10. That is not more than 10. Oh well.
Okay. Right. So as you sit down to talk to Valerie, you're like momentarily almost struck speechless by her almost flawless beauty. Like if you didn't know better, you would swear that there was like some supernatural glamour in effect.
Oh.
She is not the sort of person that you would expect to be a warrior or a knight at all. And she notices you and she says, it is as my parents said, it is a blessing from Shaylin. The Eternal Rose saw fit to bless my parents, and I was the result. And she says that there's almost like a bitterness in her voice.
Is that a religion to know what she's speaking of?
Yes.
Okay. That's a 9 on the dice for religion.
So you would know that Shaylin is the Eternal Rose. She's the goddess of art, beauty, love, music. She promotes peace and love and encourages her followers to basically do the same, to create beauty, to spread peace and love. Definitely not a warrior goddess by any stretch of the imagination.
Right. I'm getting the impression that there's a feeling of, what would be the best word to use here? Sort of a feeling of like, this is just something I have to sort of deal with.
You would guess the fact that she is so stunningly beautiful, and it was viewed as a gift from Shaylin herself, who is the goddess of peace. That this warrior thing is like when kids rebel and they do the exact opposite of what their parents want.
Oh, okay.
Like she has moved as far from the teachings of Shaylin as she can.
Okay. She was supposed to be on a more genteel track, but she switched gears to be more fly in the face of that more so, I think.
Yeah, she's the kind of lady that will straight up murder you if you say that she would be prettier if she smiled.
Yeah.
Much more because you're trained in religion. Your best guess would be that if she was this beautiful as a child, and it was viewed as a gift from Shaylin, that it would mean, like with most religious people, a gift from the gods would mean that there was a predestined path for her, that she never got to make any choices, that everything was done for her. She was told, what school to go to, who her friends could be, what skills she learned. Like everything was done because she was a gift from the gods.
Right. Gotcha.
Almost like being like the central figure in a cult against your will.
But again, just to clarify, for my own mind, the warrior thing doesn't fit with that at all, though.
Not at all.
Okay.
Shaylin is a lot of like turn the other cheek, pacifism, that sort of thing.
Right. Beauty for beauty's sake, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Father Liam.
Oh, the train wreck continues.
Go talk to the vampire. She seems religious.
No. I think I'll kill that later. I'm going to talk to Lindsay.
All right.
Hey, little one.
Hey, big one.
I hear you like drawing pictures.
I do, not as much as music and poems and stories and painting. But yeah, can I draw a picture of you?
Actually, I would like you to draw a picture of something else. I would like you to imagine in your mind a beast. It's got the body of a lion and the head of an eagle. We call them demigryphs. They're the heavy cavalry of Abadar. Armored, fearsome. They're amazing creatures. Someday I hope to have one on my own.
Oh, what if it eats you?
I don't think it will. It would be my friend.
I suppose friends don't eat people. Friends don't eat friends.
Hall kind of looks at the vampire. Maybe. And he'll go into the stories of Abadar's heavy cavalry, the victories they made, the charges, all that sort of thing.
Perfect. You can give me a. Let's call this a performance roll.
Oh, performance. That's not great.
Or another skill that you think.
Well, I could always use deception. But do I want to use deception?
You can also do society.
Society. I'll go with society.
I carry a lockpick.
Oh, this game's out to get me.
This game, the dice are not with you today.
It's not a Hall game.
So she draws the thing, but her art is very much more caricature-ish. So it's kind of like,
okay.
And you do your best to kind of hide it. She's like, you don't like it. That's okay. I can draw another one. I can draw a better one. That's okay. It's okay if you don't like it.
It's lovely.
She's like, no, I said I could draw another one.
Okay. All right. Well,
I do. Yeah.
I'll try to help.
Right. Flower.
It's you know what? I think just as the I won't really continue the game itself. I think I'll just let that go in. It gets implied that that's still going. But as we're doing the game, start talking about the tattoos. Like that one was burnt. What did it stand for? I think it has something to do with tribe, but what exactly did it represent?
This is from the Six Bears tribe.
Six Bears.
That's
they.
You can give me a society roll. This is just for information as opposed to influence.
Right.
16. So yeah, you've heard of the Six Bears tribe. The Six Bears tribe is from the realm of the Mammoth Lords, basically up north. And they are very much a they are very traditional. They are very male-dominated gender roles and so on and so forth. But think of like Arctic barbarians, basically.
Yeah. They didn't like that you wanted to be in charge.
They didn't want me to do anything. They set me on my initiation as a full warrior. I was young. They set me up against a frost giant. She kind of pats the sword. It's like, showed them.
I see.
But when after I slayed the giant, the hunters that were with me, I realized that I was not expected to return. They turned on me, and I'm here and they're not.
Oh, fuck.
Well, you have clearly earned life. You earned your survival.
Unfortunately, the Six Bears do not take kindly to kinslaying. So I left.
See, I don't have near as exciting a story. See, I can see where you get your rage, your anger. I'm just a dwarf. And I'll point at Harem and goes, I bet he gets it.
Hiram's just like, 3 sheets to the wind now. It kind of like raises the gums like, kind of like,
Be like,
he's like barely awake at this point.
I'm just a dwarf. I like to hit things very hard. That's why I have this. And again, to the I-beam.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
Flower's like, I used to work construction for minimum wage. You think you had it rough.
It's like,
Right, you can give me, let's call this a society roll.
is this going to be the one society role that I don't do good on?
Yep. You still get your hero point, though, I think.
I don't. I've used my
Oh, no, shit.
Yeah. Right. So Amir's like, you have no idea what it's like. Kind of like goes back to drinking.
Oh, is that a setback?
That is a setback against Amiri.
So does that knock off the 1 point we had?
It does.
Oh, balls. Okay.
What's a Miri again?
Barbarian.
should be like down. A barbarian should never do diplomacy, especially with another barbarian.
Yep. She was doing fine when you were all like drinking and arm wrestling and shit, but as soon as you like started talking serious, she's like, "Fuck you."
Yep.
Yeah.
Punch her in the face.
That would be
Might-
an interesting way to bring it back.
Might be the only way to save the conversation.
It's an option. Mood point.
Quick, before we
Ooh.
get into move point, this is just
Yep.
for like future, for future thought process. Does she just say you don't know what it's like, or does she actually say like, "Hey, fuck you"?
She does. She says, "Fuck you. You don't know what it's like." She combines both.
Cool. Cool. All right.
Mood point.
I'm gonna try with the barbarian.
All right.
Just lost the point on. She's got that big weapon, right?
It's a great sword.
It's a great sword. All right. I'm going to kind of compliment her on the craftsmanship of the great sword, pointing out some details about it to demonstrate how exceptional it is, and how it's rarely seen outside the the giantish races, and what a great warrior she must be to have such a fine weapon. I'm trying to figure out a way to get crafting for this role.
Sure, you can make crafting. Why not?
I am rolling shit today.
Yeah.
The Giberson brothers aren't doing well.
Nope.
She kind of draws herself up to her full height, and she looks down at Mood Point. She's like, "Would you like to see the sword up close?"
No, thank you. And
Keep talking to me.
Scatter away.
Are we in negative numbers with Amiri now?
Moot Pint can't try talking to her anymore.
God, moot point.
Maybe we should stop trying to talk to people.
That is an option. I mean, so far you guys are like friendly with Jathal and kind of with Lindsay and Tartuccio.
Well, the thing with Moot Point is he's supposed to be socially awkward, so.
Yeah, he's doing
In that case, you're doing great.
Doing a great job.
It's coming through.
So Professor Yorin.
I'll try shooting a shot with a Amiri.
Okay.
I'll say, the blades from a Frostshine. That's very impressive. What else is the wildlife like where you're from? What sort of animals did you live near? And I'll try nature
Okay. You can use nature or survival, actually.
or survival. Okay.
It's like polar bears, mammoths, walruses.
I'll do survival. Why not?
Okay. Ooh. Even with the penalty for being a short person.
What I lack up for in physical might, I make up for in mental might. Rest
Okay,
assured.
so Amiri does not like short people.
He's heightist.
Yeah. So she kind of bends down, and like you can smell the booze wafting off of her. She's like, I've seen creatures that shit bigger than you.
I'm sure you have. I have as well. It's not, I'll point to Gratch. I mean, I've seen Gratch shit bigger than I am.
He's a little bear. Maybe when he gets bigger, it'll be worth eating. Not like polar bear, mammoth, walrus.
I've been equated to a walrus in my time.
I see the mustache. But yes, she doesn't seem to take offense to the professor.
Nice. We're back in.
We'll take that as a win.
Snow Maple.
Yeah, I feel like Snow Maple has to stick with like the one inroad she's making.
It seems to be going well so far.
Yeah, me and Jathal are gonna be good friends after this.
You're like her only friend.
Yeah, well, that's not weird at all. Oh,
Not
I
low
don't have
enough.
any more.
Yeah, not low enough
Yeah.
for a critical failure though.
Okay, good. So we're just maintaining status quo.
Just kind of maintaining the stony silence as you watch.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with enjoying companionable silence.
Yeah, you have the feeling that Jathal has probably shared as much as she's willing to share. Maybe.
Okay.
If you ask a little bit, there might be a little bit more there, but she might also just appreciate the. She's probably talked more now than she has in like God only knows how long.
Okay.
Draxton.
Okay. I think I'm going to try Valerie again.
Okay.
This time I'm going to sort of approach it from the sort of vantage. I'm going to frame it more as a talk, like a tale about probably upbringings and stuff. And I think Traxton would start to tell her just a little bit of how hard his upbringing was, that he didn't have anybody and was living on his own until he found sort of a way to survive. But he's going to start to try to spin it more towards like we all sort of have things that we need to deal with, but as long as we keep our eyes sort of on the horizon, we're able to sort of pull through.
Give me a diplomacy check.
Okay. Oh, that's 13 on the dice this time.
Well, thanks to your druidic training, though, you are a little bit better at talking to people than you used to be. So that is a success with Valerie.
Excellent.
So Valerie's saying, I understand where you're coming from. I can't relate. My parents gave me, like, everything. They gave me schooling, tutors, like, everything I could want, but it was never because they wanted it for me. They wanted it to appease Shaylin. And even then, I don't regret turning my back. It was the look in my friends' faces and my parents' faces, knowing that their goddess meant more to them than I did.
That can't be easy, I think would be the response that he would have to that.
No, so I mean, who knows, if I could go back and change it, maybe I would, but what's done is done. She seems kind of like genuinely saddened by the fact that, you know, her friends and her family, like when she turned her back on the church, that they sided with the church instead of her. She seems not regretful of her choice, but saddened by their response.
Right. And she had to do what she had to do, but it's unfortunate they couldn't sort of come with.
Exactly. Or
Gotcha.
at the very least support her.
Approve, yeah.
Father Liam.
Or she's a heretic. But
She's 100% a heretic according to the Church of Shaylin.
Liam's gonna keep working with Lindsay. He'll pick her up, put her on the table. We're talking about demigryphs, right? Demigryphs are the most noble creature.
Yeah, I guess we did the store
that has ever rode into battle, next to the dragons, the griffins themselves. But these creatures are the backbone of Abadar's church. Dude, take away the hat and the scarf that you put on this thing and make it noble, make it big. You could draw them.
Give me, let's call this,
Diplomacy?
Yeah, diplomacy sounds good.
I'm owed one roll in this entire game.
Alright. That is enough, because Lindsay is easy to impress. So she starts to draw this time, like it's still a caricature because that seems to be her genre, but this time it's more like a demigryph with, like, you know, like a knight's tabard, and that sort of thing, as opposed to like a cowboy hat.
Oh, and a banner. Throw a banner in there. There you go.
Oh, there you go. To draw a banner, and so like as she's drawing, she's for all of her talkativeness and inquisitiveness and her kind of cartoony art style, you can see, like, there's, like, real talent there.
Yeah, and through that process, Hall will talk about the heroes, like Abadar's heroes, these knights, these demigryph knights, and the tales they've, the wins they've made, and the legends they've created.
And as she's drawing, she's like, and you're telling her about these heroes. She's filling in parts of the hero stories that you weren't necessarily aware of, but that sound right.
Oh, nice.
And you know, for somebody, and like, she's young for a halfling. Like, Lindsay can't be any more than like 19.
Cool.
And she's like, but when I tried to tell the professors that, the professor said, no, that's not how things went. I was like, that's how it goes. That's what the stories say. That's what the library says. And the professor's like, that's not what I say. And then, you know, then you get in a fight with the professor, and then they kick you out. And, well, I'll show them. I'll show them all. I mean, that's a great story.
Okay.
Flower.
Oh yay! It's Flower's turn. After getting like pretty much shut down by Amiria, he's pretty. I think far enough gone that he's pretty much gonna be like, you know what? Fuck you. I thought you were fun. And then he like, do I want to swing on her?
Your respects to strength, right?
Radical diplomacy.
This is a test of strength.
I think this is a great idea.
Punch her in the nose.
I'm all for
As a
that.
team,
He has been drinking enough.
Perfect. So you swing at her. Let's call it an athletics roll. I mean, your unarmed bonus is probably the same as your athletics bonus, so
See?
you're trained either.
Oh, and there they go.
Leave it to the barbarians.
I went
This
crashing
is
to the wall
barbarian
into the mud and the
diplomacy.
blood and the beer.
Actually, am I able to rage first? I'm mad.
Yeah, if you'd like.
Would that help me at all for this?
It does not give you any advantage to strength rolls or anything. There's a feat that does that.
I think if she hits me back, maybe. Do it then.
Oh, hey, a 26. That is a critical success.
Fuck you.
He likes being punched.
A real good punch.
So she's talking to the professor. And she's like, kind of like, unsteadily getting down to like, eye level with him. And then as she rises, you like get her attention because you don't want to ambush her.
No, that's not honorable. I still have a little bit of respect in the drunkenness.
Yeah. All right. And you like punch her like full on in the face. And it's like hitting a brick wall.
Done that.
And then she like kind of like wipes the blood from her nose, and she looks over. She looks at you. She's like, "Oh, it's punch o'clock."
I think he just like smiles and gets ready.
She like full on like runs at you. She's fast. Like she runs and basically does like almost like a flying like grabs you around the head sort of thing, like a wrestling move.
Yeah.
She's definitely quite skilled in hand-to-hand combat. And yeah, the barbarians are at it, but that counts as 2 successes.
Nice. We're gonna start pulling weapons away. Give them space.
Yeah.
You can try to pull the I-beam out of there.
She's like, oh no, I'll just put this over here while you guys do that. All those Iron Grace really have it together.
okay.
Yeah. But yeah, the 2 of them go like tumbling over a table, like cutlery goes everywhere.
I like to think that Flower is like laughing the entire time.
Yeah. Lady Jamani, who's been like talking with the mayor during this feast as everybody's been talking, will kind of look over, kind of like raise her glass towards Amiri and Flower, and kind of yells out, in my younger days I would join you, but don't break anything valuable, please. But puts no effort at all into stopping it or like ordering the guards to stop it or anything of that nature.
I mean, I did try to warn the staff earlier.
Yep. And judging from the way the staff are reacting, this is not the first drunken brawl the staff have been party to. Probably not the last. They do start clearing away some of the more expensive china and cutlery away from the brawl area.
Ah, good.
And they seem very deft at maneuvering around the combatants as well.
And for the next 20 minutes of the dinner, the barbarians brawled it out.
Yeah.
One of them's like super skilled and is also like refilling mugs and goblets as she goes.
She is. Mood Pint.
I was kind of scared to do anything else. Is that wizard still? Is it worth making another shot at the wizard?
You could. Tartuccio has like moved himself away from the fighting.
Okay. I kind of move away from the fighting and join him. Kind of genuinely interested in this guy because he is a wizard, and he's explaining his Moot Point's dream of setting up an arcane library that gifted students could visit and study at, and an amazing a collection worthy of any great civilization host in one space, uh, and ask his advice on how he would organize such a thing, and the order of the different schools of Arcana would. Where would we place them, and is there stuff that is there material that we would like set aside, or is all Arcana worth knowing if the student is a gifted one, and kind of butter him up a little bit, saying, clearly, as far as Moot Point knows, this guy is a gifted uh, magician, certainly better than he is. So he might, from his point of view as a gifted student of the arts, what his thoughts on that would be.
I can give me an Arcana check. Well, obviously the illusion first, but then I suppose maybe divination magic. Oh, great roll.
There, I got one.
Divination, and then maybe abjuration, conjuration, evocation would have to be far down the curriculum or the repository of knowledge. It's not a real school of magic. But yes, any civilization is only as good as its libraries. And he kind of gestures at the two barbarians brawling back and forth. Case in point, I assure you that those two individuals do not come from any sort of civilized area at all.
I tend to agree with him, but I also am respectful of force of arms, at least until my own power gets great enough.
Well, certainly. I mean, one gives ample space to the lion until such time as one has a crossbow or a firearm.
That is an excellent point.
But that is more influence with Tartuccio. And the final round of the influence game. You guys have done quite well with some people. Professor Yorin, the person you were talking to, is involved in a drunken brawl.
Yeah. I'm thinking, am I able to like throw chairs or stools to the two of them to escalate things and try to use athletics as well to influence Amiri?
You absolutely can.
Yeah,
Oh
I'll
my
arm each
God.
of them with breakable but not the expensive ones. I'm gonna get like the shitty-ish looking stools
So you go
that they
to
can beat each other with.
yeah, you like go to grab like a chair to toss in, and the servant like kind of like puts up their hand and then passes you a stool instead.
Wonderful. Yeah, I'll take it and I'll toss it to whichever one catches it.
Perfect. Give me an athletics roll.
My athletics is way lower than I thought it was, but I'm doing it anyway.
All right.
Oh,
Oh!
that was private, but
That's a 15.
oh, that's a bit. I throw that chair really really well.
You do. You like toss the chair, like Amiri like grabs the chair out of one hand, and then she looks at Flower, and then she tosses the chair to him, and then kicks him in the groin while he grabs the chair.
Sweet move.
But she is definitely. But that is a success on an athletics roll. So that is one more.
Awesome.
One more for Amiri. Snow Maple.
All right. For my last go, I'm gonna take a shot at Megar.
All right.
To see what he's about. And I'm totally gonna lie to him.
All right.
Ooh.
I'm going to misrepresent myself as someone who has taken part in government before, and pretend to know about government. Maybe substituting in some of my underworld lore in place of legal lore kind of thing.
Gotcha. Okay. So you can give me a deception roll. Pretty good roll. Unfortunately, as you're talking to him, so you're talking to him, he's like, yes. He's like half paying attention, kind of like half paying attention, half watching this brawl. And as the chair gets tossed in, he's like, he kind of like yells out over the din of the barbarians fighting. He's like, Lady Jamandi, thank you. It has been a wonderful evening. I will see you tomorrow morning. Not really paying too much attention to Snow Maple.
No worries. It was my highest skill, so I thought I'd take a shot.
Oh, absolutely. But yeah, Magar is a very tough nut to crack. But he will look at you and say, like, perhaps we can discuss this later.
Very well. They can be a bit much.
Traxton.
Okay. I think I'll continue to have a conversation with Valerie. This time, I think I'll ask her like what her thoughts are on how to set up a society that could be a little bit more sort of forgiving, like maybe not so many sort of external influences and that kind of thing.
Perfect. Yeah, give me a diplomacy roll.
People get to lead sort of genuine lives. Like, how does she think you could write that into law? That kind of thing.
Gotcha.
That will be a 17 on my dice this time.
Oh, nice. 21 total. So I don't know if you can necessarily codify it, but I think perhaps leading by example would be better than trying to codify it into law. Although if you could, that would be better. There would be less room for interpretation. But I think leading by example would be the best way to do such a thing. People look to their leaders for hints as to how to behave.
True.
So strong leaders don't need laws so much as they need conviction. But does count as influence towards Valerie.
Beautiful.
So yes, so you get the feeling that she definitely follows the laws and would prefer them, but she understands that there are some things that cannot be codified.
Right.
Kind of putting her more towards the lawful good end of the spectrum as opposed to lawful neutral. Father Liam.
Oof. Father Liam's not doing well in this social scene.
Need Caro's luck.
Well, I made mistakes.
I mean, I
So
really
I
like
thought-
Valerie. And I really like Megar, but is this our last turn?
Megor's already
It
headed
is.
out.
Megar's heading out?
Yep.
He's like getting ready to head out, yes.
Oh, fuck. We might as well try it. Lord Varn,
Yes, Father Hull.
I understand you're leaving, but
He
And
looks over at the brawl and he's like, yes.
Turn,
Yeah,
turn right,
I
turn back.
understand.
And go up.
But you are going to be settling at the point that you mentioned, and we're hopefully, assuming they don't kill each other, going to be settling some place as well. So hopefully, the two of us can, as the clear leaders of our group, come to some sort of understanding, a peace between us as we settle these lands. Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure we can. You can give me a diplomacy check.
Try.
You're due.
Nope.
It's a 13.
Fuck this guy.
So he'll kind of nod and we give at least lip service to yes. We'll talk.
Yeah, we'll do the. I understand. We'll kill each other later.
Yeah, I'll have my people contact your people. Oh wait, you don't have any people.
No, I have a person. He's just in a fight. It's fine.
Flower.
I'm in a fight.
All right, continue to impress Amiri.
I'd like to think like when she like tossed the chair to me and then kicked me, I slammed the chair down, leg up onto it, and use it to jump.
Gotcha.
I'm trying to like grab onto her to get a headbutt in on her. I'm vertically challenged, so I'm using the chair for leverage here.
Perfect. And here's the interesting thing, because you're both giant instinct barbarians, your anathema is that you cannot turn down a challenge to your strength.
Exactly.
So yeah, so once the brawl was on, then it's on. So by all means, give me an athletics roll.
Come on, let's go. 17. It's not horrible.
17 is a success on athletics for Amiri.
Hey.
So yeah, so you headbutt her, and she kind of like goes down, kind of like gets back up to her feet. You know, she's wobbly. I mean, she's been headbutted and punched in the face and has had like 200 tankards of ale. She's quite wobbly, but she gets to her feet and kind of smiles, kind of like throws her hair back. She's like, "You're all right, little man," and then punches you again.
Takes that punch and just laughs. As are you. I think he's also just as wobbly.
Yeah. Moot Pint.
This is the last one, right?
This is the last one.
Is there anyone you want me to make one last run at? Group?
I mean, you don't want my advice.
Well, I can't do the aristocrat. And I can't do...
So far, my count is we have 5 on Amiri, 3 on Lindsay, 1 on Valerie, 4 on Jathal, and 3 on...
Okay, what's Valerie?
Valerie is the human fighter.
I mean, Valerie would be good.
Yeah, all right. I'll make a similar crafting approach with Valerie, discussing basically theories on why swords are not perfectly optimized in the current way they're crafted, and a couple ideas, and asking her opinion as an expert. My idea is if I created a sword with these small little adjustments, would that be better in combat or not?
Okay.
And I'll throw in a little bit that is like customized a little bit depending on the height, weight, and reach of the individual warrior.
I mean, a customized sword is better than anything else. This one was made for me by a blacksmith quite a ways away in Taldor. But you can
Okay, and I'll make a couple. I'll try to look at it and make a couple of comments to make myself look insightful about such a thing.
Perfect. All right, and you can give me a craft roll. Woof.
There we
Wow.
go.
There it is.
That will definitely be a success.
We were due.
One of the Gyversons made it.
Yeah. All right. So as you look in Sword and you're talking, she does seem interested in kind of like the discussion of how weapons and weapon forms and weapon design affects like tactics, and she's very interested in that sort of aspect of things. Enough to indicate that she's she's a fighter by trade, she's a sellsword by trade, but she's got like a fairly keen mind for the analytical side of things.
Does that count for
Cool.
2 on her?
It does.
All right.
Hey!
Good job.
Nice.
But as the brawl kind of winds down a little bit, Lady Jemani kind of stands. She seems a little bit wobbly on her feet as well. She's like, "But this was certainly entertaining. I hope you've all enjoyed the food and the drink, and the entertainment." And her words are met. Like there's some other adventures here, and there's a round of cheers and enthusiastic tapping. She's like, "You honor me, but the night is for you. You're heroes. You've responded to my call. And I look forward to hearing tales of your exploits in the weeks and months to come. Tomorrow I will speak to each of you about your specific individual charters. I suspect it will be a busy day, so I suggest we make a relatively early evening of it. After all, you have kingdoms to plan." And then there's like another round of cheering and drink word tappings, and Amiri is like double fisting the tankards. Lindsay, who seems to be relatively a teetotaler, cheers. For those of you who are staying, I've arranged bed chambers for you. The guards will escort you to them when you are ready. I hope you find them restful. We will meet tomorrow at sunrise.
Melee.
I will clap.
So the few adventurers that are left kind of like, to clap and cheer. Amiri will kind of go over to Flower, and she'll hand him one of her daggers. Just say, "You're impressive, so use this to kill something bigger than you."
It would be my honor. And he reaches back and pulls out it's literally just like a stone, and he goes, "This is all I have. Maybe do the same."
All right. So that is a +1 dagger.
Ooh.
Oh, nice.
Which I will add to your sheet.
We'll give it a snow pint when no one's looking.
That's a gift. Can't give that away.
Oh.
If you could fight at a noble's hall, you can give away a gift.
I'm treasuring this. This is neat.
You never know when you might need to stab a punk.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Jethal, before she leaves to her bedchambers, will go to Snow Maple and say, "It's been quite some time since anybody bothered to take the time to speak with me, and I do appreciate it, even if I'm not the best company."
No worries. Honestly, you saved me from talking to someone infinitely more boring. And I'll kind of wave to Haram over there.
Okay. And then she will kind of reach into her satchel, and she will pass you a scroll. like, I don't know if you're capable of casting spells or not, but this may prove to be useful at some point.
Oh, I'm not currently capable of a lot of magic, but you never know. There's always time to pick up a new hobby.
So she does pass you a scroll. It has writing on it. You would need somebody to identify it to tell you what it actually is.
Okay.
Somebody would need to decipher writing.
Decipher writing?
Yes.
I'm able to decipher writing, but we can save that for our rest.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I think I can do it too. I just can't see where it is.
Yeah.
It's a bunch of different skills are tied to it. It depends on what the thing actually is. It could be religion, could be arcana, could be society.
Okay,
If
gotcha.
it's Arcana or Society, I could take a crack at it.
It's religion.
Oh,
I know religion. I'm sure Father Hall does too.
He does?
Snow Mabel would probably take it to Yorn.
But yeah, and as people kind of filter out to their bedrooms, essentially this means that in the future, for Amiri, Lindsay, Tartuccio, Valerie, and Jathal, any future interactions will start at friendly instead of neutral. And then from Jathal and Amiri, you also got specific gifts from them.
Nice.
But having finished that, as you guys do have time. If anybody wants to take a look at that scroll, you certainly can. You can give me a religion roll.
Sure, I'll try to decipher it.
Okay. Uh, 17 is enough. So it is a scroll of restoration.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
Oh, that's huge.
So, restorative magic captures the effects of toxins or conditions that prevent a creature from functioning at its best. When you cast restoration, choose either restore a condition, reduce a condition, or lessen the effect of a toxin. So it doesn't cure it like it does in D&D, but it does reduce the value. So, like, if somebody has been affected by a toxin, it reduces it by one stage. Cannot reduce it below stage 1 or cure it. If somebody is clumsy, enfeebled, or stupefied, it reduces the condition by 2, or 2 conditions by 1. So it's only certain conditions effects, specifically clumsy, enfeebled, or stupefied. But since those are all various degrees of bad, it's helpful. And if somebody gets poisoned, it will reduce the severity of the poison.
Yeah, no, that's good.
And we
Very
already
cool.
discussed that in order for you to be able to cast it, it has to be on your
It has to be on
spell
your spell list.
right.
Yeah.
So who's got that on their spell list?
It's on mine, Liam's, and Traxton's.
Yeah.
It is occult, divine, and primal.
In that case, do you want to hang on to it, Bjorn or Yorn?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
I will keep it safe. I will use it when we need it.
Yeah, the more we can spread it around, the better. Right?
Yep. And the easiest way to transfer things is just to put it in the party loot and then the other person grab it.
And you can drag and drop.
Sounds good.
Yep. But yeah, we'll take a quick 5-minute bio break because I really need to pee. And then we will be back to the next stage of things.
Sounds good.
All right.
Before we go, and before I forget though, everybody does get 80 XP for the social encounter.
80 XP?
80 XP, yep.
I will take anything from this social encounter. It was so bad.
Yeah. You got your social butt kicked.
I did, yeah.
Perfect. So we'll be back in like 5 minutes.
All right.
All right.
right, do we have everyone?
Now I'm back.
Okay. I think it's just Don, John, and Zach.
Present.
Excellent. So yes, and just so you guys are aware, the influence that you got with the NPCs will carry over as the campaign goes.
Gotcha. I had a mechanics question. The familiar that if it dies, does it come back or is it dead?
It takes you a week to get a new one.
Okay.
Takes you a week of downtime, and it's not like D&D where you can pop them into another realm to keep them safe.
Right. But it is tiny, so it can be on my person, right?
It absolutely can, yes.
Okay, perfect.
So we're good with what? The barbarian, the vampire, and the wizard?
Yep.
We're friendly with the fighter, too.
And Valerie, yeah.
Oh, a little bit with Valerie, yeah.
Yeah, everybody except for Magar or Harem.
Right. The haughty ones.
Yeah.
And the really depressed dwarf.
Right, that's true.
He's not depressed, he's fatalistic.
Nihilistic, yeah.
Back.
Not that it matters anyway.
That's right.
I'm getting major Eeyore vibes off that guy.
Yep.
All right. So, as you guys bed down for the night, the storm outside is not let up. It's like you can hear the hail and the ice pellets on the windows.
At least we're sleeping in style.
I was thinking the same thing. It's better than sleeping outside tonight.
Alrighty, I'm back. I don't know if everyone else is.
Yeah, I think we're all back. Chris is just sitting up
Oh,
seeing.
nice.
Yep.
Because I'm sure nothing will happen overnight.
No.
Of course not.
Hey, Moot Pint.
Hey.
While we're waiting. Oh no, sorry. We good?
Yep. So the room that you're assigned to, it has 4 beds, a dresser, an oil lamp attached to the center of one wall, a decorative brass brazier forged to look like a dragon, a couple of potted plants. Like, it's nicely appointed. You guys, get ready for bed. And in the wee hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. So everybody is asleep, and I will take the opportunity to remind people that in Pathfinder, you cannot sleep in your armor unless you want to wake up fatigued, which is bad.
Yep. I think that's just me, right?
No, you can't sleep in any armor at all unless it has the comfortable trait.
Mm-hmm.
Which is basically padded armor and explorer's clothing. And the heavy armor does come with like a padded armor undercoating that you can wear. And the advantage to the padded armor is when you get to the point where you start to get runes on your armor to improve the potency and properties and stuff, those are actually inscribed on the under armor. So if you've got like +3 plate armor, the +3 applies to the padded armor underneath it as well.
Haven't quite got there yet.
Ooh.
I hope we're not packed in head to foot down here.
It's bunk beds. But at around 3 a.m., you're startled awake by what sounds like a cry that is sharply cut off.
Well, I check on the monkey quickly.
I'll cast light since we're all blind here.
Okay.
What kind of scream was it, and how far away did it sound like it was?
It sounded like it was not terribly far away.
Feminine, masculine?
We'll say feminine.
Inside the building somewhere, not outside?
Inside the building somewhere.
Okay. I think the first thing Traxton does is grab his weapon belt and head to the door and have a look out to see if there's anything going on in the hallway.
Father Liam casts light. Alright. Is anybody taking the minute or so to put on their armor?
Nope.
I'm gonna take it with me.
Yeah, I put my armor in the bag of holding, so I will grab my buckler though.
Okay.
And I'll grab my shield.
Alright. So an important thing is if you're carrying armor, the bulk of it is doubled.
Bag of holding.
So on your character sheet, under inventory for your armor, just select it as dropped. And then that way, because if you select it as not worn, it'll add double the encumbrance to your thing. But if you count it as dropped, then it shouldn't count the encumbrance.
I tried dropped and it counted as double, but I moved the quantity of my armor to 0, and that did not add it to my encumber.
Okay, perfect. All right. So, Traxton, as you kind of cautiously open the door.
Yep. I have dark vision too.
Okay. And you look outside. You don't see anything right off, but you can hear movement. Kind of like around the corner.
All right. I do have a especially keen hearing, but it requires a seek action, right?
Yes. Currently it is undetected.
Right.
Which means you know there's something there, but you don't know exactly where.
All right. Gotcha.
And actually, for the start of this, we will roll initiative. You guys do have the option of rolling stealth instead of perception if you choose.
Oh, got a big number.
Yeah, I'm going to go for perception, and I got a 16 on my dice.
Okay, got it. Okay. All right, Zach's still a moment away. But yes, you can definitely hear sounds, and Traxton, since you have better hearing, it sounds like something being dragged.
Oh, okay.
And as you open the door, it's coming around the corner to your right.
Sounds to be approaching the doorway to our room.
Not currently. Seems to be moving away from the door.
Okay, gotcha. I
Yeah.
relate.
As
Sorry.
Snow Maple's round of preparation, she's just going to grab her rapier and her belt of knives.
Okay.
Any
That's it.
information? Any
Yeah,
information?
I'll notch my crossbow.
Sorry, real quick. Any information I get, I whisper it to anybody's around too.
Okay.
On the right, gotcha.
Yeah. Something moving.
Over this direction.
Oh, we should see something on the foundry now.
Oh, that's right. I have to remember that I have to adjust lighting for you.
Yeah, all I got is black right now.
Does that open it up for you?
I don't see it, but I'll try reload.
I may just have to turn off the lighting overall for the scene.
Gotcha. Yeah, it seems to have kicked me out now. I gotta relog.
Okay. Oh, we're still waiting for Zach for initiative, so.
Okay, back in, loading up.
If you still only see like the black screen or your token, I'll just turn the lighting off for the entire scene.
I think that's what you did last time.
Yeah, I think I have to. I think the iPad has issues with the lighting, or not so much the lighting, but the vision.
Yeah, now I've got the black screen again, but now I can see the Gratch token and a Traxton.
Okay, but you can't see this. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Don't see it. Scenery.
Right. There, that should fix it. All right. So yeah, I need initiative for Flower. And just so you guys are aware, the little purple icon up in the corner of your token, that is because of Flower's aura as a marshal. So as long as you have that token, you get a +1 bonus to save against like fear effects.
Nice.
Oh, looks like Zach's not in Foundry here.
Logged me out for some reason.
Yeah, same.
Oh, technology.
Hmm.
Yep.
Fight
it's all-
it.
I needed to reload mine when we started combat.
Went to do that and it said you have to log in. It's just like I was. Normal circumstance thing that we normally get when I'm looking for stuff doesn't actually come into play here, does it?
It does not. All right, so Professor is up first.
Yeah. But I don't really want to start investigating the terrifying sounds with my face, so I'm gonna delay my turn until later.
Okay.
So what did we hear? Like,
You heard noises outside. You were woken up by like a cry that got cut off very suddenly. And then as Traxon kind of opened the door and everybody starts getting their stuff, he heard dragging sounds coming from around the corner. Father Liam has cast light so that you guys have a little bit of light to see by.
nice.
So Professor is delaying. That will take us to Father Liam.
Not
All
like
right.
a
Well,
pool,
he does leave
but
in space.
a
so
trawler.
movement is 25. Go through friendlies is double.
No,
Nope,
it's not.
going through allies is totally fine.
Yep.
Okay. That's 15. I'll go.
Thank you so much.
We know they're to the right, right?
Correct.
Go here. Still can't see anyone. I will raise shield.
Okay.
And I still have an action.
No offense to
Nobody
me.
to
if you-
attack. I'm going to
no
move
offense
again.
To me if you
Okay.
sell it.
Oh, there's one to the north of me.
Yep. So as you look, this guy, he's in the process of dragging a guard kind of out of the way.
Crap. I'm going to hold this. That's my last action, right? So I only can move. Gonna hold this corridor. I'll yell back that there's hostiles
That's okay by me.
north and south
Thanks for letting me know.
from my position.
Okay. Just out of curiosity, just so I know the map is working right. Do you see that guy too?
I do, but I don't think that I do.
Gotcha. Okay. So the map is working right. Perfect. Yeah, he's kind of in the shadows, so.
Like I saw the guy north and south, but didn't see the guy north and south. If that makes sense.
Yep, absolutely makes sense. Snow Maple.
All right. I will slink out and past Father Hall. And go check that guy out.
Okay. So just remember to basically target him before you attack.
Right. I'm gonna get to him and gonna stab him. Ooh, maybe I'll do Twin Feint.
Okay.
So we'll do Rapier. Oh, shit, I didn't hit attack again. Oh, that's gonna miss anyway.
That will just miss.
Alright, so then we'll do Dagger. And it'll be the second one. Why am I not targeting this guy?
Did you mouse over him and hit T?
I did not. I clicked on him, and that usually works. But a 9 is also balls, so I don't know what to say.
Well, you just woke up.
Yeah, That's great.
Right.
Like when you just wake up and there's a light on in the room so it blinds you.
Yep.
So what Father Hall's shield is doing to you right now.
Okay. Traxton.
Okay. I don't need to make excuses. It's fine.
Okay.
I rolled well in social. This is just all downhill.
Made friends with a vampire.
You should try talking to them.
Well, I think if these guys are abducting the guards, they're not going to be our friends.
Is the guard still alive?
Oh God, no.
Scratch that. Murdering the guards.
Oh, that was weird. The music just kicked in. It was like, thought Indiana.
The music has been cutting in and out for me too.
I thought the bad guy was coming or something. Traxton is gonna use one action to draw his smoking sword.
I assume you guys could draw your weapons as you were like opening the door, sort of thing.
Okay. In that case, the one action will then be to get Gratch active and get him to come out with me. We're going to try and get to the other side of where Father Hall is right now. So I'd like to hear.
You might have to move forward first and then diagonal. Otherwise, there's a wall in the way.
Okay. Yeah, I can see the map, but it's actually really indistinct for me. And I have an ability that allows me to, it's a scent ability within 30 feet.
Yep.
I'd like to try and do a seek to see if I can, with the scent ability, to like in a radius, to try and see if I can determine anybody else on this other side.
Perfect. Yep, absolutely, you can do that. That is a perception roll.
So move, companion, and seek. Yeah, okay. So perception roll.
Yep.
That's a 17 on my dice.
Ooh, nice. 22 total. So as you move out and you can sniff, you can sell. So it's 30 feet.
I believe so. I wrote down the special senses I have. I'm trying to do a physical character sheet as we go.
Yep.
It comes from the background that I have. Indistinct smell, 30 feet is what it says.
Okay, perfect. So indistinct basically means that they are now considered to be hidden. So you know that there is a guy around the corner here, around the corner there, and down here. So you kind of like take a little bit of a breath, and you can smell the oils on their leather armor.
Right.
Until quite
Nice.
late, so
New smells that I haven't encountered since being here. Perfect. And again, same idea. I keep relating all the sensory information I get to everybody who's around. Like, I don't shout, but I just sort of, if I can.
Gotcha.
That's all my.
So it's enough for you to tell that there is at least 4 individuals around that you can scent.
Right. Gotcha.
That will take us to Flower.
All right. I'm going to do. Okay, can I get to this? Nope. I collided with a wall.
Yeah, you can get to like right here.
To there.
Yep.
Do I see this thing?
You do.
I'd like to. Use my second move. Get up to him.
All right.
I'm gonna. He looks like a ne'er do well, right?
Yeah, and he's also like was in the process of like dragging a guard out of the way that he had knifed.
We're just gonna crush him.
All right. So mouse over in T and then do your attack.
Oh, I should probably hit T.
That is a hit.
That.
Ooh. 14 damage.
Boom.
Yeah, that kills him pretty dead. So you kind of come up around the corner there, that I-beam, and basically embed him into the wall. There's like a nice little smear.
I fought a much tougher fight earlier.
I'd crawl over 50 of you to get to a better fight.
Moot Pint.
Moot Pint will move first.
You have to go out the door.
Yeah. I had the ruler select. How about there? Does that work?
Yep.
Who can
You can see the guy that Snow Maple is trying to stab.
Okay, I will cast shield and I will fire a crossbow.
Okay.
Not today. Not with my rules.
Yeah. And for some reason you had Father Liam targeted, but still a miss.
Oh shit! Yeah, still a miss. You're lucky, Father Liam.
Oh
Just
shit!
trying to wake you up. Just trying to get you there.
Trying to
Worked out for
make sure you're awake. That's all.
I had him targeted because he was in my way. I'm trying to get out the door. I must have accidentally clicked on.
Okay.
I'll jump in before the enemies go.
Okay.
I will run out the door. And I guess turn to Father Liam and ask, should I alert the rest of the house? What do you think?
I would expect so, yes.
Okay. I will use 2 actions then. And what little hair is left on my head and mustache sort of stands on end. And I will cast Bullhorn, which will make my voice clearly and loudly audible for 500 feet.
Oof.
And I will say, there is an attack on the east wing. Please wake up, arm yourselves, prepare for conflict.
Okay.
Nice.
So this voice, like it's not so loud that it's damaging. It's just it can be heard over the 500 feet. And as you do so, you can also hear the sounds of fighting coming from further west of you towards the main hall. There's definitely like people are already fighting and engaged in places, but the sound the call goes out.
Yeah, want to make sure people like servants get somewhere safe and nobody's asleep right now where they can just be stabbed defenseless.
For sure. All right. Bad guys go. All So this bad guy. Oh, somebody just ran past him here. So he's going to come up to here. And he's going to try to stick a dagger into Flowers' back. Ooh, and he's going to hit. 5 points of damage to Flower.
Rogue taken.
So yeah, so as the barbarians finishes smashing a guy, you feel like there's like pain in your back.
Somebody just stick me with a toothpick.
The guy up here with Snow Maple. He is going to stab. He's going to miss.
Excellent. I don't like getting stabbed. Bad for you. Hey, come back here.
He's going to go there, and he's going to draw out a crossbow. This guy over here. Oh, he's a bear. He's going to shoot a bear.
Oh!
Bear looks dangerous.
Bastard. Oh, he is, actually. It's a fair assumption.
So yeah, fires off a crossbow.
Oh, I'm gonna kill a bitch. Okay.
That bear's our mascot.
And he's going to duck into the room there.
Sorry, just real quick. I saw all that, right? Or no?
Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Father Liam, you're up.
All right, I'm gonna stride for my first action. I'm gonna do this one square at a time. All right, I'll electric arc these two.
Okay.
See, this works.
Ooh,
Oh, good damage.
great damage. So full damage to one.
That's me.
All right. So yeah, the lightning arcs out, and you can see from where you are now that there's lights, the stairwell that leads upstairs to the manor. There's like a portcullis that has dropped it down in front of it.
Flower, gonna have to pick that up.
And Snow Maple, you can see as well that
Yeah.
a portcullis that leads to like a little guard room, just to your north, has also dropped it down.
Does that look like where the murdered guard had come from?
Yes.
Judging by the trails of, blood and whatnot.
Yeah. And your guess would be that these portcullises, as a trained infiltrator, these portcullises are probably going to be very, very difficult to move because they are deliberately designed to lock off access to parts of the manor house.
Right. So we're sealed in. They're sealed in here with us as opposed to we're sealed in here with them. But we've got it locked down for now.
Correct. And you're up.
All right. Whoops. Moving on this guy, and I believe now I'm flanking this guy.
You are.
Stabby, stabby.
So I'll just take 2 attacks on him without anything fancy.
Ooh, critical hit.
Oh,
Infuriating.
God.
Ooh,
Okay.
take that guy.
So you kind of sneak up behind that guy and stick your rapier like through him, piercing his heart. He like coughs up some blood, and then slinks off.
All right. I will flick my rapier, getting his blood off. Hopefully, in the direction of number 2 there. And where I'm on the diagonal with him at a corner, do they do hard corners in Pathfinder 2 or?
You can attack him. He if he gets an action, he would be able to take cover, but right now he does not have any cover.
Cool. So we'll give him the old offhand dagger strike.
So yeah, basically, if you're ever wondering about cover and stuff, if you draw a line from the center of your square to the center of the target square, and if it goes through something solid, then there's cover.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering where they stood on hard corners.
Yep.
Nope.
No. Right.
Hey, you got the first one.
Yep. Traxton.
Okay, dokie. I don't like this guy who shot my bear, so I want to do some things to him that he's probably not going to like.
I aim to kill the guy that shot my paw.
Oh, I can't for some reason move at the moment, but I would like to have Gratch come down beside me. I would like to be right in front of the door. One action for him to support.
Gotcha.
One action to move, and I would like to use. Now I'm just curious as to how this exactly works because now I have. What is it? I have the 2 attacks in one round, right?
Yeah. So you have twin takedown.
Yep.
So twin takedown. It is still 2 actions. Is it?
Oh, is it? I thought it was a flourish, 1 action.
Let me double check my rulebook.
Looks like it's 1
Sure.
action, but it needs to target your hunted prey, so you need to be hunting them first.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, I knew hunted prey came in there somehow, but it has to be hunted first. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
So it's 1 attack.
So yeah, it is 1 action.
Gotcha. But I can still do a regular attack with just 1 action, right?
You can, yes.
Okay. I shall do that for this turn because I had to get there and set up. That's an 11 on my dice for the attack.
That is definitely a hit.
Beautiful. Damage on a longsword is a die 8.
It is.
Okay. And my boy is helping me out, so it's a die 8 from him too.
Yep.
So that's 10 on dice for damage.
All right. So 10 plus 3 plus a fire. That is lots. That is enough to drop him. So yeah, so you run up and like as you like swing that sword, like the smoke is just roiling off and the blade is glowing just slightly, not enough to give off light, but just slightly. And you kind of cut him across the gut as Gratch brings the big bear claw down on his leg, and he drops.
I'm like, that's what you get. I spit on his corpse.
All right. That will take us to Flower.
Flower's just gonna around with the eye beam and try to hit that guy.
All right.
Since wasting a rage here.
Ooh, that is a critical miss.
Oh no.
Has no additional effect. You just miss. But if you decide to take a second attack, remember to click the backswing option on.
That's the plan.
All right.
There's an X-wing.
Whoa!
Oh, flower.
Whoa!
Back-to-back bricks.
Oof.
If I decide to take a third attack, can I do it again?
You can. I mean, you're going to be at -10. You never know.
Still drunk.
Hungover.
I'm still recovering. Ah! Damn it.
That's a good roll for -10.
Yeah.
Too much blood on the beam from that first kill.
Yeah, it's a little slippery.
I'm just looking at him, just...
All right.
You're not wrong for this world.
Moot Pint. Seems to be a commotion around that corner there.
Yeah, Moot Pint's going to move down there. Recast shield and what the hell? Fire off a magic missile.
Right. 2-action magic missile.
Exactly.
Right. So it'll be a D4 +1 twice.
So you won't be able to get your shield, though.
I still have somebody's target. I wouldn't be. Oh, okay, just never mind. Then I'm not going to cast anything.
Okay.
I'm going to reload. Yeah, so move, cast shield, reload crossbow.
Okay.
And that would be me.
All right. The professor.
Are we on the ground floor of this wing, or like to the stairs to the south of me? Are they stairs up or stairs down?
They are stairs up.
Okay. In that case, I will follow Traxton, and
Okay.
I'm gonna try to open the front door, I think.
Okay.
Is there anyone outside?
That is not the door outside. It leads
Oh,
towards
what
the
is
entrance.
this?
So that is an interior garden.
Oh,
It looks
I
like
see. Is anyone out there?
You don't see anyone.
Okay, that's fine.
You can seek, right?
It doesn't have an action left.
Oh, shit.
There's an action to open the door.
Yep, interact.
Okay.
So as we get to the last sneaky guy here, just as a little bit of a recap. So it looks like the level has basically been sealed off. The professor opens the door towards the great hall where the feast was. No problem, it's not locked. But anything that would let you get to another level is locked off, barricaded, portcullised. There's several dead guards here, probably like 4. There's these obvious cutthroats. Traxton, the room that, as you kind of peer in, it looks like the other adventurers that were in that bedroom have basically been slaughtered in their beds.
Oh. Okay.
Probably stands to reason that the same fate would have befallen you had you not woken up to hear that cry, which was probably one of the guards.
Gotcha. Nobody that we had dinner with, is it? In the room? Dead?
You recognize them from the dinner?
Yeah. But none of the ones we were talking to, like...
But none of the ones you were talking to.
Okay, perfect.
Are they Iron Wraiths?
No, the Iron Wraiths are not staying here.
Oh.
Yeah, they went to an inn, yeah.
Um,
Never trust people with matching outfits. That's all I'm saying.
yeah,
Agreed.
yeah. And it looks like although they were killed in their beds, it looks like one of the adventures in this room was kind of. It looks like they lived long enough to try to reach for something in their belt pouch before they died.
Oh, okay.
That is unfortunate, but also worth noting.
This last guy, ooh, there's an asshole of fuckers here.
Yeah, stop.
An ass load of fuckers.
That's our official group name, I think.
No, it is not.
I feel it.
So he's going to make good his escape, or try to, and then realize that he's running into like more of you guys, including a bear. But he is going to fire off a hand crossbow at Moot Pint.
Man, no opportunity attacks feels weird.
Yeah, I know, right?
Like, come back here. Stop running away from me. I'm gonna stab you.
It can just like move away from you. It's like, what?
That is going to be 5 points of damage to Moot Pint.
Ow.
It's one of those things like
Do you get your shield up?
yeah, you could shield block if you wanted to, which would reduce the damage, but it means you can't shield block anymore for a time. You can't cast shield for another 10 minutes.
No, I'll take the 5.
Okay.
Excuse me.
And then he will
You know
reload.
what? I will. This is the end of the fight, I think, so I will block it.
Depends whether or not you get 10 minutes.
So I'll block it.
Okay.
Is that an action?
It is a reaction. It has hardness of 5, so it stops 5.
All right, so I get my points back.
Yep. Your shield dissipates. But it does absorb that damage. He
Awesome.
runs and reloads.
Oh, you are gonna die tired.
Uh-huh.
This guy. He does not notice.
So many dice.
Father Liam.
All right, he's going to stride for the first action. Brings him there.
And you can see as well there, Father Liam, that this room to your south, the same thing. It looks like people killed in their beds.
Don't have time for that. Where's Snow Maple? Snow Maple's fast. Okay, I'm going to stride again.
Okay.
And then I'm going to raise shield.
Okay.
Ah, Traxton's right there. Perfect.
All right. That will take us to Snow Maple.
Cool. My former buddy over there is running away. Just measure out my movement first. Can I get to the other side of him with 30 feet of movement, or no?
Well, you have 35, so
Oh, 35, right.
35 you can definitely do.
Cool.
I didn't
Still
like
not
when I
as
asked
fast.
questions.
I got to get me some of that.
Okay, pro tip. Stop using the ruler before you try to switch away from the ruler.
Yep,
Noted.
done that many times.
Yep, around the wall.
Okay.
Yeah, you would have enough movement to basically go to Father Liam and then like up and then down. So
Okay, cool. So we will get him with the rapier.
oh,
Yeah, he gonna be dead.
Yeah, you will.
Oh wow, that's a weak crit. That might not kill him.
that is a very weak crit. 2 on the D6 and then 1 on the bonus D6 and then 1 on the D8.
All right, we'll follow up.
Finish him.
That is between the two. That is enough.
All right.
There you go.
So run him through and then come around the neck to slit his throat.
So yeah. So just as a note, Snow Maple critted that guy on a 16. Because you get a crit if you exceed the armor class by 10, right?
Yeah.
Oh, they have no armor.
They have an AC of 15, but then flat-footed for being flanked brings it down to a 13.
Gotcha. Fancy.
That will take us to Traxton.
All right.
I'll say to Traxton, I don't see anyone else out here, but you guys are better than at finding them than I am.
Same. Can't see anyone.
Okay. Fair enough. In that case, he will move just out to. Yeah, can I do that? Yeah, right to there.
Okay.
And take a big old whifferino and see if I can smell anybody out here.
All right.
So perception, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. 12 on my dice for perception.
Right. Okay. So step in and you kind of take and you can smell mixed in with the garden smells. Definitely the smells of oiled leather and metal. There's definitely people in here. This particular room, now that you've stepped into it, it's a large indoor garden, resembling a tropical paradise. There's like plants and flowering vines hanging from the walls. There's a very slow-moving stream of water that cuts through the center of the room, kind of flows north to south. Planters filled with flowers, 2 narrow bridges arch over the water. Partially submerged in the stream to the north is a life-size marble statue depicting an armored half-elf woman holding a rose and wielding a shield. The ceiling here is 15 feet high. There's a soft breeze that constantly ripples through the chamber. The stream itself doesn't appear to be terribly deep unless you're a halfling or a gnome.
Gotcha. I'm going to use my last action to get Gretch beside me for. Well, we don't have any targets, so it really doesn't matter support or attack right now. So he's just going to move with me. And you say I do smell the same smells as before out in this area?
Yes.
Okay. I'm just gonna call out, not a shout, but just a sort of call out. I'm going to be like, I know you're here, and that'll be my turn.
Okay. So they're considered to be hidden, but not undetected. So you know roughly what square they're in, you just can't see them.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm having issues moving him. I'd like Gratch just to be right beside me. Either side is fine.
There we go.
Thank you, thank you.
Oh, okay.
Did this room look clear, Chris, when I came past it?
That room also looked like it had been a slaughter.
Gotcha. And this one here?
The same thing.
Okay. Both doors open, everybody slaughtered. Gotcha.
Yeah, it looks like your guys' room was the last one that they're on their way to. Basically, it looks like they had a couple people taking out the guards and a couple people killing people in their sleep. This guy is going to pop out from hiding and fire a crossbow at Traxton.
I mean, I don't feel I have a lot of respect for their people, but I kind of respect their tactics.
This guy. I'm going to do the same thing.
Range attack. Did a good job of it, too.
This guy.
I mean, I feel like that's a harsh judgment. Bjorn.
Flower.
All right.
It's not the fact that they're cuts that Snow Maple is offended, it's the fact that they're bad at it. You know?
Should have killed the guards more quietly.
Yeah. They were doing fine right up until they weren't.
Dwarf is so slow.
All right, that's me.
All right.
I feel you, buddy.
That will take us to Moot Pint.
Moot Point can't really do anything but move, so he will move. That's just
Do you have that? Do you have warp step still?
Chose a different cantrip because I didn't expect us to be
Gotcha.
hiking today.
Gotcha. Fair enough.
I'll ping. I'll reload my crossbow, and I will just send a little cantrip ping of detect magic.
Okay. There is magic within 30 feet of you other than the stuff the party's carrying.
Cool.
Oh, looting is gonna be fun.
That Snow Maple's salivating, thinking about looting all these dead adventurers.
Do we really want to loot dead people in somebody else's house?
Can't see why not.
Yes.
Oakley dokley.
Professor Yorin, Traxton and Gratch just kind of passed by you, and then a bunch of assholes popped up from behind the trees and the potted plants and stuff and littered the ground with crossbow bolts.
I see.
But you're less afraid than you would be otherwise.
Yeah, Flower is right behind me, and I feel so confident.
He's coming. He'll get there eventually.
I
When he
think I'm
does.
gonna move up some and then cast a spell.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Did I get hit?
No, you got missed by everything.
Okay,
Dodged it like a champ.
A bunch of crossbow bolts came at you,
beautiful.
but I think my high roll was like 11.
Oh, okay.
Okay, I think I can take a corner I missed to move to the end of this bridge.
I think so.
If I take the corner with the torch onto the bridge.
Yep.
Oh, they're both within 15 feet of me, right?
Yes, I think. No, the back guy is 20 feet from you.
Oh,
And
damn.
Diagonals. Yep.
diagonals.
In that case, I will throw a sling stone at guy number 8.
Okay. So remember to target him. And... Ooh, that is a hit. So yeah, that stone like slings out, just like catches him in the face. He's like, ah! That was my good eye.
No.
And then I will use an action to take cover. I assume the bridge has like fence or like railing, right?
It does.
So yeah, I will take cover against the 2 cutthroats to the north.
Perfect.
Or no, I'm gonna raise my shield.
Okay.
I'm more scared of these guys stabbing me.
Okay. That guy up there. Well, he's going to shoot. You do have, you will have standard cover from him anyway.
Wonderful.
It's still going to hit. 2 hull damage. And he's going to reload, and he is going to take cover. That will take us back around to Father Liam.
You know where I am. And
All right. I don't see these guys on the initiative
I'll make
order.
sure I
They-
send business
They
your
go
way.
after us, right?
They go after Traxton.
After. Okay.
Maybe by the weekend.
Okay. Well, if you have a big
Okay.
bomb, you might as well throw
Fingers
it, right?
crossed.
So I'm going to stride for my first action.
Okay.
That's my 20 feet. I'm going to cast magic weapon on the steel girder.
All right.
As soon as I figure out how to do that.
Should be able to just click the spell and then a chat will come up.
Think that worked?
It did. It gives me an effect that I drag over to his to Flowers' token, and then everything is automated.
Send in the dwarf. That's me.
Okay. I'll be 1 sec. Just got to double check something on my cutthroats. All right. That will take us to Snow Maple.
All right, the big girder energy is intensifying.
So yeah, so like the divine energy kind of bathes that girder in some holy light.
Bring some order to the chaos.
Okay, I'll move.
Flower, we're so slow.
Yep.
I think I can get to there.
Okay.
For one. And I will flick a knife at number 8. Oh, I swear to God, I friggin' targeted him.
21 is a hit. Yeah, that definitely takes him down. He falls to the ground. Thud. Knife sticking out of his back.
I've got a third action. Can I duck behind this statue?
You sure can.
All right, I'll do that.
That is take cover.
Is it a thing I have to click or something? Or?
I can get it for you.
Oh, cool.
But yeah, for the future, on your little token action bar, the one that pulls up like the whole list of actions.
Yeah.
There's one that says take cover, and when you select it, it'll ask you whether it's lesser, standard, or greater cover.
Oh, I got it.
Yeah. So this would normally give you standard cover, would normally give you lesser cover because it's not quite big enough for standard. And then when you take cover, it pumps it up to greater. And as long as you have cover, you can hide as an action.
Cool.
Traxton.
Okie dokie. I know you mentioned that this river/pond is very shallow. What's the transition like on the banks? Is it easily navigatable?
It is.
Okay. So I would like to move to the north. So I'm going to see if I can do it here.
I think that Tom's problem is he ends up trying to spin his token instead of moving it.
Yeah, it seemed the last time anyway. It seemed that if I did that first, it would allow me to move it. But anyway, now it seems to be.
So moving across the it is difficult terrain. So every square of movement through the water counts as 2 squares.
Okay. Yep, that was what I was getting at regarding going across there. Okay. So I just went 10, 20. Okay. Yeah, I'll use another move. Get to there, and I'll get my boy to come up next to me, but that'll be my turn, basically.
So yeah, he goes splish, 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 splish. He stops momentarily to kind of shake in the water. And he has to swim because the water is like about 4 feet deep. But he's a big beefy bear.
Yeah, he's faster than I am too.
21 is lovely. He's good.
Beautiful.
Okay, cultists. Ooh, cultist number here. Somebody over there just threw a knife.
Yeah.
Ooh, the cover. Oh, he rolled like shit anyway. But
I don't mind giving the cover the credit. That's fine.
But if anybody's ever curious, you see here where it says target snow maple AC 18 and a scratch out it says 20.
No, we can't see because it's a private roll.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you have privately rolled some dice.
Oh, never mind that. I will see what I can do here. Oh, this guy. He's got a bear to stab.
Oh, that's a shallow grave.
Oh, can't hit the bear.
Get it while you can.
Oh no, he did it. Oh. Everybody that he can see on our side just kind of winces. And is like, oh,
Oh, he's
that's a
this.
big mistake, pal.
That's our bear.
Yeah.
One of those ooh moments, right? Everybody like face just pinches in.
Yeah, Traxton can't see it because he's way out in front, but everybody else is like, oh damn, you fucked up, son.
Flower.
Tis me. All right. Let's have a little bit of fun with some movement, shall we?
Avoid the diagonals. The diagonals are not your friend.
Oh, they aren't.
Straight lines only.
Stay out of the water.
Is that not a door right in front of me?
It was a closed door. It takes you an action to open it if you want.
Right.
I did not know that
Might
was
as well just go through the open door.
Yeah. Just one square north. Yeah.
How do I take back that movement?
I don't know if you can or not, but we'll just move you back. We'll know that you haven't used any movement yet. There you go.
Yeah.
Cool. Here. Here. And we'll stand on this guy's body.
All right.
Aye.
That guy's like, oh shit.
Power move.
Moot Pint.
He's so slow.
Moot Pint is going to move behind Father. There, that's my 25 feet. I'm going to fire. No, I'm going to say I'm going to use command on.
All right.
And I'm going to say, come here. And if I understand command correctly, he will have to come here and he can't do anything else until he gets here. As long as he doesn't make that save.
Yep. So if you target him and then underneath the action HUD up at the top, just click command and you should be good to go.
I don't have. I'll have to do it under spells, right?
Yeah, it's under spells. There we go. That is a DC 17 will save. Ooh, failure by 6. So basically, because he failed, he didn't critically fail, so he has to spend his next action to fulfill your command. So he has to give up at least one action to move towards you, and it has to be his first action.
All right, so that's only 2 things, though, right?
Yep. So you moved and you cast a spell. The casting time of the spell. What was the command as the casting time? Casting time at 2. So it's 2 actions to cast command.
Perfect. That's pretty good. That will bring a guy closer to Father Liam, so he can smurf him.
Okay. That will take us to the professor.
Yeah. Players taking cover. I will reload my sling and throw a stone at the guy in front of Flower.
Okay. Oof, that is a hit. You're fairly accurate with the sling.
Yeah, it was the food and the good night's rest.
Yeah, the fact that you're not hungover.
Yeah. And And then I will use my third
sword.
action to move up. So.
All right.
Get a little bit closer, but that's me.
That guy. He is going to throw some alchemist fire towards
Oh no, they're using the loot.
the professor.
That's awesome.
So we'll just say it's a ranged attack.
And you have your ranged increment penalty as well.
Range increment is 20 feet. So it's going to be. That's going to be. He hit by 5, so that is enough to hit.
Oh, that guy.
Yep.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's just lobbing grenades from downtown. Gotcha.
My dance partner.
So that is going to be 4 fire damage to Professor Yoren.
And I'm on fire.
And you are on fire. It's persistent 1 fire damage.
Not in a good way.
And 1 fire splash damage, which will splash onto Flower.
Angry.
I just need to move you slightly so I can apply the damage. Delete the dead guy.
Oh, blood
All right.
splatters.
As long as you don't delete his loot.
Yep. And as he pops up the fire, he sees Traxton there. He's already behind cover. He's going to stab with his knife. Oh, that is a miss. Tried to throw a bomb and stab a guy, but he's not quite that good.
If only he critically missed on the bomb.
That will take us to Father Hull.
All right, he's going to move. Brings me to here. Okay, I can reach all of these guys. So the 2 furthest, I guess I'll... Actually, we have flowers right there. We'll leave that one for flower and electric earth, the 2 to the north.
All right. Ooh, one guy takes no damage. And one guy takes half.
That's fine.
So yeah, the lightning arcs out. One of the guys just ducks and nimbles out of the way. These guys are fairly nimble. The other guy though, the guy that fired off the alchemist fire though, he takes the electricity.
It's okay, we have a flower. He's very angry.
That will take us to Snow Maple.
Who's also very angry.
Not really. What is it you hold to move and then change direction and move again?
I think it's control. I think control lets you set waypoints.
Mm.
I think it's like when you have the ruler tool, you have to like control sets waypoints and then hit space and you move around it.
She's so fast. And spacebar, I think.
All right, as long as I know I got enough movement, I'll just go to there. And where I have quick draw now, I can draw a weapon and do my twin feint, right?
You can draw a weapon as part of the strike, yes.
Cool. So I'll draw out another dagger.
Oh.
And then we'll follow up with the dagger.
Right. So yeah, basically you stab him with the rapier, and then you ride him to the ground with the dagger.
Nice. All right, I'll take it.
So fast.
That will take us to Traxton.
Okay, I'm gonna try to obliterate this guy.
To quote another dour dwarf, death comes for us all.
First action, I'm going to hunt this guy as my prey.
All right.
Second action, I'm going to get some support from my boy.
Right.
And for the third action, I'm going to try and hit him twice.
All right.
All right, so first roll will be the long sword. Probably not good. That's a 7 on the dice.
7 on the dice. Actually, he doesn't have cover from you. Or does he? I can't remember if he get cover against melee attacks or not. Say not. That will be a rule I will need to look up. But for now, we'll say that he does not get the cover against the melee attack, and then I'll look it up later. So that will actually hit.
Okay. I'm just gonna do some damage here just to see, make it quick. We don't need to do another attack just yet. So that's 2d8.
Yep. Roll for the twin takedown anyway, just so you get used to it. Because the big advantage to twin takedown, aside from the 2 attacks for 1 action, is the damage is added together in case there's a resistance to overcome.
Oh, okay. So it's like a one big attack almost.
Yeah.
Okay. So the second roll was an 11 on the dice for the second attack.
An 11 on the dice will just miss him.
Okay. And so the first hit will do 9 on dice.
All right.
So,
And then the D8 from Gratch.
yeah, that's 2d8s.
Oh, okay.
So 9.
All right. 9 is enough to drop him.
Beautiful.
It sounds like, Chris, that cover only applies if the path is blocked.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Like line of effect?
Yeah, I think it'll block range, but not melee.
Yeah, because if you're melee, you just like step around whatever's in the way and chop a son of a.
Yeah.
Reach over a wall or whatever, yeah.
Perfect. All right, so you plunge the longsword into him. Gratch brings the claws down.
Oh, yeah.
This guy. He is going to try to smack a barbarian. Yeah, probably not going to do it successfully, but you never know.
It might be his very last mistake.
That is only a 9. That will miss.
I feel like you should use an action to apologize after that.
Reconsider life choices.
Like
Yeah,
to think,
reach out and
dismiss. I'm sorry.
reach out and straighten Flower's collar or something.
Yeah. That will take us to Flower.
Flower's gonna do a wide swing on this guy, towards this guy's head. He's hoping to like crush it against the wall with the I-beam.
Okay.
Oh god, it's gonna be so hard to clean up the stonework.
He doesn't care about that.
I know.
Magic IB.
We don't live here.
It's true, but it's a really nice garden.
Oh, that is a hit.
Lovely.
I mean, not a ton of damage because he's not raging, but still way more than his 4 hit points.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Only 11.
11's a lot. I don't know what level you're playing at.
Alright. So you bring that I-beam around, destroying that poor guy.
Snow Maple would like to use her reaction to look away.
Alright. And as he kind of sickeningly slurps to the ground, you guys notice a couple of things. Who's got the highest perception?
Plus 8 over here.
7, so not me.
7.
I'm also 7.
Okay, I think it's probably Snow Maple. So Snow Maple, you notice that the statue.
The one by Traxton and me, or the other one?
The one. The one over by Traxton, the one by you.
Okay.
There seems to be like a little. Basically, the statue is on top of a small stone shelf in the water, so the water flows level with the statue's knees. But that looks like the little shelf. It looks like there's an indentation in the stonework.
Ooh.
The other thing is you guys hear a bellow of pain from somewhere beyond this room. And this very gruff, guttural voice is like, "You halfling bitch!"
Is that just a wooden door?
It is. But as you guys hear this call out, and then you hear a scream that sounds suspiciously like Lindsay. And then again, the guttural voice. It's like, "Bitch, you took my eye. Where are you?" It's a very deep, very guttural voice. But we will call things there for this session.
As Flower's about to swing the I-beam into the door.
Am I quickly able to wash this fire off of me in the water?
Well, your turn comes around, so you take a point of damage, and then you can put it out in the fire. And in the water.
Wonderful.
You stabbed the bear, and then you stabbed her halfling.
This shall not stand.
But for XP, let's see here. That is going to be. I had to adjust the XP slightly because you guys are slightly higher level than the starting adventure. Which changes the amount of XP. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. So that is going to be 120 XP for the 2 encounters.
Oof.
Cool.
But yes, we will pick up in a couple of weeks as the Eldori mansion is under attack.
Okay, I've got us at 200 XP into level 2.
Yep.
Does that sound right?
Yes.
Right.
Sounds right to me.
Yeah.
All
And
right, cool.
the easiest way to track XP is basically don't worry about like into level 2 or into level 3. Is just you're at 200 XP. When you get to 1,000, you subtract 1,000, level yourself up, and continue on.
Yeah, that's okay. I was just clarifying.
Yep, for sure.
Gotcha.
All right. But yes, you guys have made some potential friends and allies, provided one of them doesn't get killed in the next session, and discovered that something is like it's definitely a coordinated attack on the manor. It's not just like some random hooligans.
Gotcha.
Alrighty. We'll see you on the next one, guys.
So we
Yep.
will see everybody in a couple of weeks.
Yeah,
See ya.
see you guys then. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Later.
Night, night.